Hi guys, welcome back to the channel and welcome to a brand new What If. What if I ever gotten Chimchar? Let's don't waste any time and begin, shall we? It begins when Ash and Paul has to forcibly work together to win a smooth battle. That's what Ash is planning to do, but Paul is thinking much more differently than Ash. He's determined to use this tournament to help Chimchar to activate Blazier, but unfortunately in the anime it never truly happened, forcing Paul to realize how weak Chimchar is as he returns back in the wild and inevitably get Ash to get Chimchar. But things happen differently because once Chimchar realizes it's facing up against its biggest fear, Zangoose, and it literally frozen in fear as the little chimp looks towards Paul looking for support, but realizing Paul simply turns his head away from him and not allowing him to call out a move for Chimchar. The combination facing up its biggest fear and his one supporting channel isn't even looking at it. This seemingly cruel act from Paul's side finally made Chimchar to snap and unleashing its activating Blazier. This makes everyone in the audience, even the opponent, and even Ash being the standby he is witnessing this letter Chimchar and unleashing its fury against the Zangoose with a powerful scratch attack and a powerful flame whip towards us. And not only that, when Twig tries to defend itself against the Metal Ghost, Chimchar immediately jumps in and unleashes the most devastating flamethrower that everyone have ever seen. And Paul seems to turn his attention towards Chimchar's blaze ability. Not only that, he's smiling for Chimchar and realizing he finally achieved all he wanted throughout the training to get the activating blaze, as Paul is thinking every possibility what he could do with his power in mind. But unfortunately, when he attempted to call out a flamer towards Zigzagoon, Paul quickly realized that Chimchar isn't listening to Paul, and quickly realizes that not only Chimchar's ability to go even strong in the battle, but also large is but also is in a bloodlust, meaning that Chimchar is attacking everyone, allies or foe, it doesn't matter. Even Turkey is getting hit by Chimchar's flamethrower. Even though in the anime Chimchar and Turtwig managed to pull out the win thanks to Ash's unforgivingness to give up on Chimchar. But unfortunately, this is much more different. Even though Paul is more willing to call out moves for Chimchar, but unfortunately, since Chimchar is in Blaze, meaning it won't listen to anyone, meaning because that Turkey has to basically face up against 3 different Pokemon at one meet, and not to mention Chimchar has already been brutally battered. Not only that, it still needs to be in the Pokemon Center, and not only that, Blaze is literally burning Chimchar inside of him, meaning he's burning out stamina faster and faster, meaning Paul and Ash lost here. And once everything goes black for Chimchar, everything that Chimchar is thinking towards its mind, it only thinks the bad things, thinking how much Paul must really despise Chimchar, even though he worked very hard for its trainer and tried its best to master Blaze. But unfortunately, the power that holds inside of him simply is out of control, meaning he feels the worst, meaning he feels that Paul might abandon it. Everything goes black for Chimchar. Everything it just went through throughout that scary battle. All the flashes of torment that it went through, all the nightmares it has, all the Zigzagoon that the little chimp has to face. And not only that, he needs to overcome the biggest problem in his life. He's afraid to lose his trainer's approval and his somewhat stern affection. And Chimchar knows that Paul that isn't a perfect trainer, but he knows for a fact that Paul is a strong trainer, which internally makes him a strong Pokemon. Because of it, Chimchar wouldn't even dream of type of Pokemon that it could handle without even being to evolve, just by its strength alone, and that's thanks to Paul. His training method is harsh, but it's the result that really counts when Chimchar needs the strength that he desperately needs. but unfortunately, Chimchar just could not be strong for Paul, and it finally snaps for Chimchar. And once Chimchar has awoken his dream, realizing that he's in the Pokemon Center and is covered by bandages and machines are motivating his heart, meaning that he seems to be much more better in condition. And Chimchar quickly questioned how many days that he slept in. When Chimchar quickly realized someone is in the room, as it seems the trainer is sleeping next to Chimchar's side, and realized it's the trainer Ash that Paul doesn't seem to like much. But it's kind of a nice feeling for Chimchar for someone to care enough to watch over him while he's recovering. And Ash has been sleeping next to Chimchar because clearly he's knocked out, but he is whispering something while he's asleep. I hope you're doing okay, Chimchar. This made Chimchar ponder think and made him question that is Paul a good trainer for him or just for the benefit for him to be strong, which is doubting Chimchar's mind. But unfortunately that thought quickly upside because someone appeared in the trainer that he's thinking of as Paul has entered the room. And Ash seems to wake up from his entry, and Paul quickly demands Chimchar to return to him because they need to be edited out, and this made Ash a bit angry towards Paul. Paul, do you really think you can get away from it using Chimchar in a battle where it's clearly not ready for one because it's already been recovering from the injury because of you? Annoyed from Paul's side, and Paul again replies it's Chimchar's wishing for the harsh training. I didn't put that on him. Chimchar actively chose for that trust. He clearly wants to be strong and wants to control that blaze ability, which is why I'm the perfect trainer to allow Chimchar to push him. And would you look at that, it did plan out pretty well. Ash seems to be bizarre by Paul's choice of words, saying quote unquote the perfect trainer to train Chimchar. And Ash replied, sure you did make Chimchar's activate use Blaze, but unfortunately it was the cost of our match because Chimchar could not control that power of his. And not only that, you almost gave up on it and you just turned away from it when Chimchar desperately needed your assistance and guidance. Call yourself a Pokemon trainer because of it. Yes, you're right, Ash. I almost gave up on it though. I did give up on it. But I should have never doubted Chimchar's ability to, and yes, I did not expect for Chimchar to lose itself with that Blaze ability. I should have thought of that situation, but I live and learn from that mistake, and now we're gonna work on it. Chimchar, we're leaving now. And Ash quickly questioned, well, aren't you going to wait around to see who is going to win the tournament? And Paul simply replied, I don't care about the tournament to begin with. I didn't even care about winning at all. I wanted to test out Chimchar's ability, and then the tournament has greatly done so, meaning I'm much more closer, one step further, unable to access Chimchar's Blaze ability. And Ash seems to stop Paul in his track being and stopping Paul from leaving the Pokemon Center. I won't let that happen because what if you did that again with Chimchar again when you call him for battle when he needs the medical attention that he desperately needs? How would I know you won't do that, won't pull that again? Because if you do, I'll interrupt Ash or do what? You're not Chimchar's trainer, I am, which means I have the right to how I train my Pokemon and how I want to use them, and it's benefit for Chimchar. And when Paul looks to Chimchar and Chimchar seems to agree, even though the harsh training has some great results that the monkey has to improve upon. As you could see, Ash, Chimchar agrees my training methods, and if you excuse me, I'm heading towards my next gym. As Paul simply walks off, and Ash is incapable of doing anything or helping Chimchar in the moment, and quickly looks down and thinking how pathetic he is, thinking he could do something for Chimchar, but Paul is right. Ash is not Chimchar's Pokemon. Paul is, meaning Ash would like it or not, that he needs to accept the harsh reality. For the next day, as Paul seems to traveling throughout the mountain, while inside one of his Pokemon, we seem towards Chimchar inside of its Pokeball, and as quickly is just waiting patiently for its trainer to release him for a battle, some sort of for some relaxation, but unfortunately Chimchar doesn't that luxury inside having a trainer like Paul, which only focuses on battle and training and nothing on relaxation. The only time that Chimchar could relax is when Paul only releases just to stretch out its legs, or has been sent out in for his brother Richie to take care of it, while Paul will still continue on his journey to defeating other gym leaders, while he knows some of his Pokemon aren't capable of defeating a certain disadvantage towards a gym leader's typing. As we go back to approximately hours in traveling, while inside of Chimchar's Poké seems to be few seconds, and immediately he can sense Paul is about to send him out for something, but he knows a feeling, so he's ready for it as Paul simply sends out Chimchar and is sent out, and Chimchar predictably correct the situation, as he knows that Paul is sending him out for some sort of training against towards a certain electric Pokemon that he doesn't seem to be happy with. Chimchar has somewhat of an okay relationship with the other past Pokemon, but not towards except towards Elected, because it seems to be a bully, especially towards Chimchar, always teasing that one day Paul might just release him for being a weak Pokemon. There are some times where Chimchar does defeat Electric, but it doesn't last forever, because Electric seems to get much stronger and stronger, because every time Chimchar gets closer to Electric's level, it seems like the electric Pokemon seems to double up its training, meaning that it gets overly strong over the monkey Pokemon. And this pretty much plays out as Electric seems taunting Chimchar for an attack, but Chimchar knows better to not let it get towards him, as Paul simply commands for both of them to begin the training like usual, like the previous one. So the two Pokemon begins on their sparring match, but unfortunately this is a fast-paced type of training where both Pokemon gives nothing but holding back, allowing both Pokemon to do everything their best to outmatch one another, meaning they're not holding back on their power, meaning Chimchar is forced again to be up against the wall. And Electric noticed Chimchar's moment of weakness, allowing Electric to taunt Chimchar again, but this time a certain word gets to the little monkey, the mention of, you know what, Paul should have thrown you away while he had the chance, and this seems to trigger the little gem and seems to get up from the brutal beatdown that he just received, and this begins to roar in aggravated and rage. As we plan out towards a definitive plan, as Ash is simply staring at the mountains and sitting down towards a mountain. And this seems to be very sad for Ash for the moment, while Pikachu is trying its best to cheer up Ash, but it seems to fail. Luckily, one of Ash's companion seems to know him too much, as Buck simply walks up to him, simply asking what's wrong with him. And Ash simply replied, "I'm worried about Chimchar. I'm worried the fact that Chimchar might be getting worse and Paul might be treating him much more harshly, especially that Chimchar managed to pretty much activate its blaze ability. And I really wanted to say Chimchar to against Paul, but I can't do anything about it, And Brock seems to put his head towards Ash and simply nod. I know it's hard for you to accept that, but there's something that you can do is to show the difference between your training method and his. And Ash seems to get the idea and immediately starts feeling somewhere and quickly stands up. Brock, you're right. I don't need to worry about Chimchar all the time because I know Chimchar is capable of doing out without him. So internally, I'm going to help Chimchar by proving Paul wrong that how he trains his Pokemon. I'll show him the right way, only way. As Ash seems to walk towards a certain battlefield and ready up a Pokemon, and I'm going to need all the help I could get. Brock, could you please do me the favor of having a practice battle with me? And Brock seems to agree. Ash is out there and simply sent out his Pokemon as the two buddies begin to that peaceful and very friendly battle, while the opposite is true when we go back towards Paul's perspective. As we see towards Chimchar in its full blaze ability activate while in a complete rampage, doing its best to hurt even manual Elec in the process. As Paul wanted to send a Pokemon to stop Chimchar, but he wanted to play out so that he could engage Chimchar's blaze ability. Not only that, it's going to be a good practice measurement for Electric to showcase to not mess around with Chimchar. But this, even though it is a mod, this is a very harsh way of training his Pokemon, allowing Electric to endure the torment towards Little Buggy. But this seems to anger Electric, thinking that this weak pathetic Pokemon thinking he'd have an upper hand against towards a Pokemon like him. This seems to anger it. Seems internally gets him mad, and this anger seems to push it to evolve, allowing Electric to evolve into Electrobuzz, and with Electrobuzz's new power and able to put down and knock out Chimchar, which seems to do the job for now. But Paul wasn't just watching two of his Pokemon duking out. He quickly noticed something in Chimchar's demeanor. Before he ran towards a rampage, it seems like he noticed Electric is taunting him. Even though Paul isn't sure what he said to make the Chimchar angry, but he noticed something to Chimchar's face impression, and thankfully Paul is a much more experienced trainer, and this isn't the first year of his Pokemon trainer career, and noting what Electric says to Chimchar seems to be something to get Chimchar mad, and that's the way Paul is going to let Chimchar to activate Blaze with not just anger but somewhat fear, and that's when Paul gets a devious smile. Yes, that should do the job well. Returning back from his hometown, Paul managed to arrive his destination, where he meets a familiar place where home is usually kept in. As he met Reggie and discussed the journey that he went through and the progress that he made with Chimchar's Blaze ability, and Reggie smiles at his brother and gives him a Dustin that he previously wanting for a while now. And Paul simply gritted and thanks Reggie for saying yes finally. But unfortunately, Paul says to Reggie that he won't stay here for too long. The moment he managed to get the badge here, he is immediately going to go off on his journey because he doesn't want to waste any more time here. And Reggie simply smirked, "That's Paul for you," and simply lets Paul to stay here for the night. For the next day, Paul challenged as Paul made it to the gym and managed to see a pink-haired girl with some fighting equipment. Seeing that it is Maylene, and quickly demand asks for a Pokemon challenge, and Maylene doesn't hesitate and agrees for the challenge that she is presenting. But unfortunately, this might be a much more tougher challenger than she expected. As we set in for a different environment, as Paul is in the midst of a battle towards Maylene's Machokia, and not only that, it is winning with his newly evolved Pokemon Honchko, as Paul simply counters every Maylene could do with Machokia, thanks to it being a flying type. And not only that, it's one of Paul's oldest Pokemon, meaning that Maylene Sinnoh doesn't have any chance of defeating this honcho. And not to mention that she is struggling on a uphill battle because every time she tries to do something or to attempting to put down honcho, it seems like Paul is one step closer, and it seems like every time she does something, she just enters deeper into Paul's trap, meaning that honcho defeats much chokier. And when she tries to send in her meta type to battle, it's somehow even worse for battle because its psychic ability wouldn't able to touch honcho's dark typing, meaning that Merlin is having a much more worse time with meta type. And unfortunately, she tried her best, but she could not overcome the experience and speed and use this type advantage towards honcho, meaning that Merlin only has one Pokemon left, Lucario. But unfortunately, Lucario won't have a chance to battle honcho, as Paul simply sets out for Chimchar for battle. But Merlin quickly knows that Chimchar is one of Paul's newer Pokemon on his team, meaning that she will be have a much more easier time on defeating Chimchar. But she's glad. But what is she thinking? She is glad that Paul sends out one of Paul's least experienced Pokemon. What's wrong with her? She quickly snaps out of her fight and quickly demands a card with a powerful Aura Spear. Throughout the battle, this is a much more even fight between Chimchar and Lucario, but unfortunately Lucario is at a disadvantage being a steel type, and Paul doesn't waste any time using that weakness to his advantage with Chimchar's powerful Flame Wheel and Flamethrower. But unfortunately for Chimchar, Lucario isn't the type of Pokemon to go down that easily, as Lucario pulled a very hard-fought battle towards Chimchar, even to the point where Chimchar is almost knocked out, and seemingly Merlin is quite excited that they are very close to knocking out Paul's Pokemon. But quickly, as Chimchar tries to stand up, he notices Paul seems to turn away, and this is where Chimchar fear sinks in that this is probably the moment where Paul will abandon Chimchar because he couldn't able to feed Lucario enough to the point where Paul straight up gives up. And after a minute, this is where Paul simply speaks up. You know what, Chimchar, you're useless to me. If you can't even defeat a Pokemon that you have advantage of, clearly that you're wasting my time and you're not proving yourself to be a strong Pokemon. I believe in you, Chimchar, because you are capable of doing great things, but unfortunately all you do is bring out Blaze and you do nothing with it. You're useless and pathetic, and after this battle, doesn't matter how it went out, I'll just get rid of you. And Merlin seems to be very shocked and disgusted on Paul what he said to his Pokemon. What kind of trainer says mean spiritual things towards their Pokemon? And Paul simply replied, shut up, this doesn't concern you, you hear? Oh, it does concern me. If you want the badge, and clearly you don't earn here. But Paul simply replied, you can't even defeat one of my Pokemon, and yet I managed to defeat one of yours. So who really has the right to say who's worthy here? As the two trainers begins to argue, which leads Chimchar to be in shock. Not only that, the fear that he inside of is feeling to take over here, meaning that he only thinks one thing: to win at all costs. As Lucario thinks that Chimchar is in a state of shock, took the opportunity to knock it out with a powerful for break, but unfortunately Chimchar seems to grab the fish. Not only that, it's fully enraged that he won't be abandoned and he won't be weak and he won't be strong for his trainer, and this rage seems to force Chimchar to evolve into Mach Fauna with the new power in Surge of him. Not only that, the Blaze seems to activate, and with this, it's a powerful combination to knock out Lucario. But it seems like Paul seems to waiting for Chimchar to go on a rampage, but Chimchar seems to be in control here, which gives a part of a smirk. This method of training seems to be working, and that's why Mach Fauna is in a very deep sleep, but he doesn't know what happened in the last few hours. But luckily, once Mach Fauna has finally awakened up. He was afraid to wake up in the forest, but luckily he's in a very familiar room towards his trainer's household's brother, and noticing that Reggie has been waiting for Monk Fauna at his side for quite a while, and is finally relieved that it's okay, replied Reggie. But Monk Fauna seems to be in a bit of a panic and is not sure what happened in the last few hours ago. But luckily Monk Fauna he's been handled by a very experienced trainer thanks to Reggie, and he explains everything the previous battle. In the backflash, as Monk Fauna is simply staring down the corridor, meaning Paul managed to win the gym battle. But unfortunately for everyone that is attended, Monk Fauna doesn't stop the attack and keeps attacking Lucario, and it always whispers something in his head: win, win, keep winning. And Monk Fauna is simply unleashing powerful attacks towards the already defeated Lucario, but Maylene tried her best to defend her Pokemon by using herself as a body shield from the Pokemon, but unfortunately Monk Fauna seems to not care as it. Once Monk Fauna unleashes a powerful flamethrower and manages to graze off Marlene's arm, meaning she is slightly injured from that attack. But to her unfortunate situation, Monk Fauna is still going on a rampage, but luckily Paul is sending out his Pokemon to stop Monk Fauna's rampage by sending out Ursaring and Torterra to attempting to stop it, and this does seems to restrain the monkey in a rampage. But luckily Paul doesn't need to injure Monk Fauna any further because the blaze seems to burn up Monk Fauna's stamina, meaning Monk Fauna literally burnt out from its ability, meaning it knocked out. And unfortunately, Paul quickly apologizes for his Pokemon to Marlene by quickly head to the Pokemon Center and making sure Monk Fauna isn't taking any injuries. Luckily, Monk Fauna does seem to be better now because it's actually having a full-on rest. But unfortunately, Paul did not expect for Monk Fauna to be unconscious for the past few days, meaning Paul has no other choice but to leave it to his trusty brother Reggie for taking care of it for now. But once the flashback ends and Paul explains what happened to Reggie, and Reggie simply finished the flashback and seeing Monk Fauna's jaw is sitting in the ground and is unsure how to process what he is capable of entering its blaze ability, and quickly is taken by anxiety. But luckily Reggie knows what the Pokemon is saying, that don't worry Monk Fauna, you didn't cause off to lose the gym battle because your rampage only started when the battle ended, meaning Paul didn't technically lose, he still won the match, but unfortunately it did leave a lasting scar in the gym leader. And Monk Fauna seems to really wear down by those words of Reggie's words. After a day goes by as Reggie informs his brother that Monk Fauna managed to pull out a full recovery, and as his brother Evie wants him to send Monk Fauna to him immediately, but Paul simply declined this because his next gym battle is going to be a water gym, and Monk Fauna being a fire type obviously would hinder his team, so he doesn't want to bring Monk Fauna just yet. He just wants Monk Fauna to rest a bit, but once he's done with the gym, he wants Monk Fauna back immediately as soon as possible, and Reggie simply agrees on this and promises that he'll take care of Monk Fauna. And with that, it ends with the call before Reggie could catch up with his brother, but it seems like Paul isn't interested in talking for the meantime, and that's Paul firing a whisper to Reggie. Reggie simply is sending out Monk Fauna in the backyard just for the monkey Pokemon to stretch out its leg and have a perfect opportunity to take some needed rest here. And Monk Fauna did thought about it and quickly looks upon a good tree and attempts to simply sleep away, waiting for for Paul to retrieve him back in his party. After a moment of restfulness, all of a sudden an image of Paul entered in his mind, and imagine the harsher training part Paul might pull our Monk Fauna even more, and realizing if Paul can't control Monk Fauna's blaze, meaning it's going to be a big hindrance in his team. Not only that, even though Monk Fauna is able to access blaze with intense emotional and intense battle, but internally Monk Fauna is unable to control this, meaning Paul, there is a chance once Paul gets frustrated enough, he might just abandon Monk Fauna because he thinks Monk Fauna is incapable of controlling it, meaning it's going to be worthless. And with this very scary reality in Monk Fauna's mind, it quickly goes back up to its feet and continue on its training alone, even if Paul isn't always there with him, meaning Monk Fauna for the rest of the days that he's sitting at Reggie's house is going to double up its training even more, attempting to control the blaze ability, and not only that, maybe even earn Paul's respect towards Monk Fauna. But that's a very hard thing to see for Paul for saying that to Monk Fauna. For the few days that Monk Fauna has been doing, he's been non-stop training all day and night. Even though Reggie noticed Monk Fauna's recent training, he tried to make sure that Monk Fauna is getting enough sleep and eats well. And Monk Fauna is appreciated by the gesture of Reggie. So Monk Fauna doesn't train that hard, but after realizing training on his own does have some improvements, but unfortunately it isn't faster than having a training sparring partner, which Monk Fauna quick thinks he has an idea for that solution. Paul has more than 6 Pokemon. Not only that, they're all located here at the backyard of Reggie's household, meaning Monk Fauna could probably ask around if the other Pokemon are willing to help Monk Fauna able to improve upon his training a bit more. After a few hours of looking around, Monk Fauna does notice Rocky Pokemon covered in iron armor. It's pretty much a Lairon. And Lairon hadn't noticed Monk Fauna, but knowing Lairon knows that all the Pokemon in this area is caught by its trainer, meaning they're all owned by the same trainer as well, meaning Paul. Even though Lairon isn't aggressive to Monk Fauna, but unfortunately Paul did raise all of them, meaning that Lairon took Paul's personality, meaning it keeps its distance away with other Pokemon, even if they were caught by the same trainer, meaning that Lairon doesn't have interesting on social reaction. And not to mention, Monk Fauna knows about this, and he took approach on not talking as much with the other Pokemon in Paul's party. But there is something that might interest Lairon, which Monk Fauna opposes, that they might as well train together, being in the same team. And Lairon isn't convinced now, but once Monk Fauna gets his argument across the board, it seems to the Iron Pokemon to be more willing to do the practice sparring. And once these two strong powerhouses clash with their fists or heads. Even though Monk Fauna has never fought this type of Pokemon before, but it doesn't mean he's going to be cockier, because even though he knows that he would have the type advantage, but Monk Fauna is being trained by Paul for the longest time, so it adopts Paul or mind approach, meaning that Monk Fauna is going to take the sparring battle much more cautious than usual. And not to mention finding an opening to weather point for Monk Fauna to take an advantage, and this mindset allows Monk Fauna to have an Evergrande match against Lairon. Unfortunately, this Lairon was raised by Paul, and not only that, Lairon seems to be very talented in close combat. The fizz allows him to survive Monk Fauna's Mach Punches and Flame Blade, even though Monk Fauna's type move should have given him an advantage, but it's clearly that Paul has been training Lairon to resist the fire type being and fighting type very clearly, meaning that this will be a very crucial training for Monk to learn that Paul is not one thing about Paul. He trains all every Pokemon that he ever caught and perfecting them to be a much more vicious battlers. The two Pokemon seems to be an even fight. Once the practice battle has done very well for both of them and earning much more experience for Monk to know how to approach a much more defensive Pokemon, and for Leron earning the approach on how to defend and attack on a Pokemon with a huge advantage against it. And because of that, two of these Pokemon clearly have respect one another and might be Monkfauna's closest thing towards a friend. But when Monkfauna suggests to hang out a bit more, this immediately turns off Leron and simply says he's better off being by himself, as he simply is off away somewhere else, leaving Monkfauna to be alone for a moment. After the next day for Monkfauna, he's also planning on finding other past Pokemon so that he could test out his strength. And once he approaches a very familiar Pokemon and he knows this Pokemon is a very strong Pokemon of past, and looking on seems to be a very strong Gastrodon. Luckily for Monkfauna, these two actually met before in their travels with Paul, but knowing that Gastrodon is one of Paul's tougher Pokemon, meaning this would be a big opportunity for Monkfauna to prove upon and how to handle himself with the other water Pokemon. And once he approached Gastrodon immediately knows it's the weak little Chimchar, but clearly something is different about it. But it's unsure how to put a finger on it, but regardless, the Monkfauna suggests for these two to have a practice battle. This doesn't take as much convincing from the lair because Gastrodon is familiar of Monkfauna here, meaning Gastrodon will take the opportunity to simply test out how far did the little monk come so far. But unfortunately, Monkfauna, this practice battle is much more harder than later, and noting that Gastrodon is one of Paul's older Pokemon, meaning it's the most experienced on battling. Not to mention, Gastrodon is a much more attuned with Paul's strategy, meaning Monkfauna is actually facing off a Pokemon as if the Pokemon is thinking like Paul, meaning that Monkfauna might have a good opportunity to learn about his training style and battle strategy in his head. But unfortunately, focusing on how Paul strategizes and also facing off a very strong Pokemon like Gastrodon is a much more harder feat to overcome, meaning Monkfauna tried his best, but unfortunately Gastrodon managed to put it down with a powerful water pulse. It took a couple of hours for Monkfauna to get its strength back after getting some scattered berries from the tree, allowing Monkfauna to earn his strength back and able to stand on his 2 feet. And note that eventually that the gap between Paul's experienced Pokemon is very high towards his level, meaning Monkfauna is quickly realizing Pokemon like Torterra and also he has to say Electabuzz, noting that it is going to be a much more harder Pokemon to battle. Meaning Monkfauna has to keep on training, but doesn't forget about his eating and sleeping habits, allowing for Monkfauna's mind to rest easy as he approaches towards a next Pokemon. But Monkfauna is seeing a person that he clearly doesn't want to see. That same Electabuzz that teases him on being with has been appeared in the backyard as Electabuzz simply is hanging by the tree and simply is eating some couple of apples, a bunch of apples by itself, and it clearly is taking a rest. In fact, it doesn't seem like Electabuzz doesn't seem to move around, noting that Monkfauna really doesn't want to talk to this Pokemon, but unfortunately its drive to get stronger, it overcomes his hatred towards Electabuzz, allowing to willingly attempt to learn from Electabuzz and noting why Electabuzz is such a talented Pokemon. As Monferno simply approaches it, Electabuzz seemingly is a very in a lazy state and doesn't bother to acknowledging the fighting Pokemon here, but it's simply that Electabuzz is simply at a lazy state. But once Monferno attempts to convince electric Pokemon to train with him, this simply is hardly denied by Electabuzz, and Monferno tried its best to get this lazy Pokemon to spar with him, but Electabuzz is simply not having it. It did want to mess with Monferno a bit, but unfortunately doesn't going to waste any time. His perfect time to take a rest so once a while after the training with Paul. So Electabuzz is simply prefers to lay down and take it easy while Monferno can do whatever it wants and bounce off. Monferno is a bit annoyed from the electric Pokemon. Paul is always praising that Electabuzz might do, but Paul seems to praise Electabuzz's talents, and unfortunately Monferno only has one thing that Paul is interested in, his blaze ability, and will get Paul's approval that Monferno is one of Paul's trusty, most reliable Pokemon, and he wants to be more reliable on that Yeti Pokemon. And Monferno vows this very core and scatters around finding another Pokemon to search and attempt to test its strength. But Monferno is met one Pokemon that isn't sure that it wants to meet again. It's that very string that it helped Paul to capture, even though Elsewhere doesn't seem to be aggressive, but unfortunately Monferno's noticed the bear Pokemon seems to be angered, and it still remembers and still holding a very deep grudge against the fire Pokemon, meaning Australia goes on a rampage and attacks Chimchar. And this forces Chimchar to be on a defense a lot, forcing him to defend itself, but this is long. But unfortunately for Monferno, it still was trying to cover the injuries that it previously had in a sparring match with the other two Pokemon that he had, meaning Monferno is facing off an opponent where it's already injured, and not only that, Urshining seems wants to get even with this Pokemon, so it tries its best to put it down, but unfortunately Monferno's new evolution and the extra day training that it had, it will allow Monferno to have an equal footing against Earthray. Not only that, even beyond Earthray, because it tried its best with a powerful slash attack, but unfortunately Monferno uses Earthray's wet against it, allowing for Monferno to reverse the move and allowing Monferno to land a powerful Mach Punch squarely on the best face. This quickly angers Urshining to the point where it quickly unleashes a powerful superpower, but unfortunately attempting to use a fighting move against a fighting Pokemon is a very bad thing for Urshining, as Monferno seems to grapple the fair Pokemon equally until Monferno unleashed a powerful flamethrower towards Urshining, but unfortunately this causes Urshining to get angry, and because of it quickly attacks Monferno with a powerful slash attack. And clearly Monferno is interested that Urshining is using its ray towards Monferno, which he quickly is quite amazed by Urshining's ability, but unfortunately he has to focus on surviving in this, allowing for Monferno to launch a powerful flame wheel, but unfortunately Urshining managed to grab on Chimchar and uses its claw to forcibly put it to the ground, and once Monferno simply is knocked in daze. But unfortunately, Urshining isn't good enough for this because it still wants to fight around Monferno. And once the class attempts to swipe around down at Monferno, but it quickly is stopped by a huge claw. And clearly, that Reggie is attempting to stop the two Pokemon from fighting as he quickly uses his most powerful Pokemon on his arsenal Drapion, and it stopped Elstring in its track to attempting to attack Monkforno a bit. And that's the last time Monkforno sees, as clearly it's too tired to stay awake here, which forces Monkforno to be knocked out and closing its eyes here. Reggie simply is talking to his brother Paul, talking about the incidents with his ushering, trying to get even with Monkfono. Paul simply accepts and he recalls that he wants ushering to his party so he could teaching some lessons in it, and this gladly Lee's Paul is taking the seriously, and Reggie simply returns ushering back to Paul and switch out one of his Pokemon in his party. Unlikely once a few days have passed and Reggie is surprised by a certain trainer Ash and his friends. This pretty much happens like anime where Ash gets to learn about Paul. Not only that, Ash has another encounter where he's thinking that he could see Chimchar, but unexpectedly Ash would meet a very different Pokemon in mind as it simply evolved as a powerful Monkfono. Seeing Monkfono is shadow boxing with its powerful Mach Punch of some kind, or perhaps it's trying to learn a new move. But Ash doesn't need to know because it's not his Pokemon. Even though he wants to encourage Monkfono to keep on trying, but unfortunately he doesn't have authority. And Ash simply wants to talk Monkfono on truly what happened. And even though Ash couldn't understand Monkfono, Ash has an understanding on the situation. Paul is doing his own special kind of training to encourage Monkfono, and it seems to be working. After looking on Monkfono, then it simply evolved, and not only that, it seems to getting much stronger. And because seeing Paul seems to be right, and Ash has to accept Paul's training seems to be working, and because of that, this leads for Ash to wanting to get stronger as well. As in the original, that Ash teaches Starave to learn Brave Word, but after seeing Monkfono's growth, Ash will double down on training and not just teaching Bravery a powerful move, and also wants to teach his other Pokemon moves. Not only that, Reggie's totally managed to teach Ash's Earthquake a Mega Drain. This will greatly improve Earthquake's ability to survive more in the deeps in the battles. But unfortunately, it's unable to master it. But luckily, Ash is much more motivated because of Paul's resilience of Monkfono's evolution. Once Ash and Reggie begins on their practice battle, it's a great improvement on Staravia's ability fighting up against its strong evolution counterpart and allowing to able to use Brave Word but not fully master it. But it does have a great result regardless. But Monkfono seems to watch over the battle and seems to be entranced on Ash and Reggie's battle, and Reggie is noticed Monkfono has been staying off the battle and suggests that Monkfono should also have a practice battle with Ash, and Ash is surprised that Monkfono has been watching the battle, but unfortunately Monkfono is hesitant on wanting to train with Ash because of Paul doesn't think he wants that, but Ash simply encouraged Monkfono to give it a try, and this gives in as Monkfono is now training with Staravia. And with these two Pokemon having their practice battle, this greatly improves upon their training. Not only that, Monkfono seems to finally crack its training and learning a powerful ability, Power Out Punch, and this move will greatly get Monkfono able to get stronger and stronger every time it learns a move. And Ash is simply praising Monkfono, and this praising is very weird to Monkfono, and quickly is liking it but quickly throws that aside as Monkfono doesn't accept the celebration. It just means that Monkfono is just improving. When Ash tries to celebrate it, Monkfono simply stops it and quickly walks away, and Ash is confused of that, and Reggie simply says that that's just how most Pokemon act. They don't celebrate, they just simply accept and just move on. And Ash is confused on that part, and this leading that Montfort never really celebrates. Just for the next day for our heroes, Ash and his friend encounter Maylin, and this causes the same way in the anime where Maylin is struggling to accept a challenge and isn't sure how to approach this. This goes pretty similar where Don tries his best to encourage Maylin to battle, but since Maylin has gotten close to Montfort's raid, this makes Maylin even more to decline a battle. This took much more longer for the group to get Maylin to battle, but once she does have a battle with Don, this simply gets her groove back. And not only that, Ash noticed that it leaves a scarring mark on Maylin because Montfort gave a burn mark on Maylin's arm, and this greatly angers Ash because Paul probably think he command Montfort to attack the trainer, but Paul simply correct Ash. Paul didn't. It's Montfort's blaze ability and unable to control it, and Ash simply is disgusted by the regardless, and Paul should have stopped it sooner. And this makes Ash even more too determined to defeat Paul more than ever. Even though the Ash's first battle with Maylin goes much more deadly because Ash doesn't have Chimchar here because he would have chose Chimchar in this battle, but since he doesn't, Ash will simply use his other Pokemon like Earthquake to shine upon more. And because Ash has been with Earthquake a bit much more longer than Chimchar at that point with Ash, and not to mention Togepi has a move Mega Drain to allow Togepi to survive more of the battle, meaning once Blazer battles Lucario, it has a better chance. And not only that, Blazer does put down Lucario and not resulting a double KO, meaning Ash earns the badge here. But once the battle is over and our three heroes makes their way to the next station, and not to forget it is to go back saying goodbye to Reggie and Montfort now here. But Reggie simply wants to grab Marlene and simply wants to talk to her privately. Marlene seems to accept this, but once it reveals Montfort has been waiting, Marlene is secretly flinching to block, but Reggie simply stops her because he's in control. And this confuses Marlene. Why is Montfort here? And Montfort simply is putting its head bowed down to Marlene, simply saying how sorry it is how it attacked Maylin and unable to control itself. And this simply is shocked by Maylin. And Reggie is the one to explain how Montfort felt very badly that it hurt Maylin. And once Reggie explains everything, Maylin understands that and simply lets the Pokemon to stare at her. It's okay, it's not your fault. Even though I don't agree with your trainer, but I know that Paul will allow you to bring out your full strength and maybe even control it. And because of that, Montfort is simply breathe a sigh and grateful that Maylin simply accept its apology, and this forces Montfort to control Blaze determinedly. But the next day for Montfort, Reggie simply walks to it and simply holds up its Pokeball once sealed back, and this means meaning Montfort is going to meet Paul again. It's been a few weeks since the last time they met, but Montfort was determined to surprise its trainer once Montfort is transported to Paul's party, and once Paul simply sends out ready for their next training, and this is shocked by Paul because Montfort seems to be stronger, leading Paul to great good because the next training is going to be much more harder than the last time, and that's where. As we plan out to where a scene where Montfort is having a practice battle with a huge fighting type here. of Hariyama as Paul is attempting to train his monk form know the basics of fighting type moves, but to Paul's surprise that monk form already learns a pretty good fighting type move already with a power-up punch, and Paul is simply impressed that monk form isn't slacking in his training, which actually gives Paul some praises to the little Pokemon, which gives Monk Fauna a sudden feeling happiness for that his trainer noticed its growth and very appreciated. But unfortunately, it's Paul we're talking about, as Paul quickly is still not impressed enough for Monk Fauna. Even though he is able to access the move, it's still not a full master of it. And that's what Paul is trying to get Monk Fauna to do, is he attempt to master power-up punch with his other fighting type, learning the very basics. But even though it's a practice battle, it's still a very heavy battle because of leaving both trained to be very exhausted. And once Paul attempted for those two to take a break, but once Monk Fauna looks to the other side of the battle, that Electabuzz and Tornadus are also having a practice battle, but Paul noticed Electabuzz seems to be falling behind slightly, but thanks to Electabuzz's raw power of talent, is able to manage to impress Paul enough. But Paul points out if Electabuzz doesn't take the training seriously, there will be a huge repercussions, and he might be the one that received the harsh training when Monk Fauna attempted to enter Blazier. And this actually gets Electabuzz a bit worried, and remembering the flashback that how he attacked Chimchar, and looking back to the monkey, Monk Fauna seems to grin at it, and he can already imagine how Monk Fauna could attack Electabuzz here, and attempting to not go into that vivid future, Electabuzz seems to pick up his training a bit and taking it a much more serious approach here. And Paul notices and quickly realizes he already knows that Monk Fauna and Electabuzz doesn't like each other, but he quickly noticed that he could use this to its advantage on training here and having another grade added. But we don't focus Paul as much as we flash back to where Ash and Nigel are having their own sort of training here. Ash is attempting to train Turtwig to learn a move, and much more earlier than the original, where Turtwig already knows how to execute Energy Ball and is attempting to learn and master up the move, and thanks to the other Pokemon breeds helping out the training process, as also Dawn and Paul are also practicing and training their own way, as Dawn attempted to learn a new move so that she could use it for her performance in the contest, and Brock is studying medicine with Krogan here. But unfortunately, when Flip-Flop shuts out a powerful bubble beam towards the forest and accidentally hits a Pokemon, and Dawn quickly says sorry out there, but unfortunately the attack seems to tick off a very fire Pokemon and launches towards Piplup and attempting to hit it with a powerful fire punch, and Dawn simply tried to apologize to the fire Pokemon, but its it's too focused on Piplup and attempting to attack with another fire punch, and Brock attempted to, as Brock commands Krogan to block the attack with break it, but Magma is simply too strong and overpowers it with its fire punch, and this gets Ash noticed. And in notice, this fire Pokemon seems to be very strong, as Ash simply sends out Turtwig and Blizzard to battle, knowing that Turtwig might have a rougher time with Magma, so he commands for Blizzard to shot it down with a powerful water gun. But to Ash's surprise, Magma simply took the damage and in return unleashes a powerful flamethrower towards Blizzard. But luckily, Blizzard quickly bounced back with a powerful for Sonic Boom, which does do some damage to Magma, but unfortunately one Blizzard attempted to use a powerful Aqua Jet towards Magma. Magma is simply charging for another puncher, but this isn't Fire Punch, it's actually Thunder Punch, as Magma do significant damage to Blizzard, and Blizzard actually has to stand back and worry that it might be knocked out from this, and Ash is surprised that this Magma learns Electric type move, and Ash seems to get giddy on wanting to battle even more. And Chimchar even steps up that he even wants to battle this Magma, which gets Ash a bit surprised but excited as he commands Chimchar to practice that move like earlier with a powerful energy ball, and Magma attempted to block the way with its Thunder Punch, but unfortunately the energy bar is simply too great for Magma to avoid it and took the damage from it. Not only that, Chimchar seems to launch a powerful Razor's Leaf after Razor Leaf, doing critical damage, and Magma attempted to use a flamethrower to stop the Razor Leaf, but unfortunately Chimchar simply goes in with a powerful tackle attack, and this tackle seems to dazzle with Magma for the moment, and Ash quickly realized that Magma will not stop attacking until it's physically stopped. Having no other trace that Magma might knock out both of his Pokemon, Ash attempted to throw his Pokeball. After a few minutes, the Pokemon simply stopped shaking, notifying that Ash caught a Magma, and Ash quickly picks up his Pokeball. As we pass through a couple of months, we find out that a bunch of gliders and one powerful Gliscor seems to rampaging through the city, and luckily enough our heroes Ash, Brock, and Dawn, like in the original, helps out on trying to lure them away from the city by luring them with food, but unfortunately the flying Pokemon seems to caught on their plan, and they refuse to leave the city because it's much more easy to get food, and wild Pokemon don't appear in the city, meaning they don't need to fight for the food, meaning they prefer to live in the city. Luckily the officers and the other trainers does their best to hold them off as Ash and Brock and Dawn send out their Pokemon to battle, and unfortunately Ash's Pikachu isn't capable of shooting them down with Thunderbolt because of their ground typing, which be annoying. The only Pokemon that Ash has effective against it is Weasel, but unfortunately there are just way too many of them, and not to mention they're using the flying capabilities on knocking a few of their Pokemon, and the only Pokemon left that Ash really tried to is using Staravia to handle Gliscor, but unfortunately Gliscor's evolution and battle experience with wild Pokemon allows it to defeat some of Ash's Pokemon except for one, a very tough turtle Pokemon Chimchar. It defended off the Gliscor, and like in the original he would have used Energy Ball here, but since Chimchar already learns it, it's going to use Energy Ball to great effect by shutting down Gliscor, and it managed to affect Gliscor long enough for the rest of the Pokemon and the other trainers to push them off, but unfortunately the one Pokemon that they really need to take out is the leader, which is Gliscor, and unfortunately Gliscor managed to get it away by using a powerful Rock Slide, and unfortunately Chimchar is pretty damaged from Gliscor, and the rocks are trying to fly on top of it, but Ash in his ashy way trying to save Chimchar by trying to use his own body to protect himself from the falling rocks, but since Chimchar doesn't want to see his trainer aka Ash doesn't want to get hurt, it forces to evolve to protect Ash in the situation, allowing it to evolve into a Grata by learning a brand new move to order it to protect Ash, learning Earth power to able to destroy the flying rocks and manage to protect them, and Ash in a stunt of amaze and suddenly forgot to chase her Gliscor and just simply is focusing on Grotto's evolution as we plan back to the flying scorpion trying to run away, but unfortunately it gets attacked by a very large honk crow and a very sneaky Pokemon Weaver, showing that Paul has been stalking this Pokemon in particular because it noticed it held on pretty well against a bunch of trainers. Not only that, it seems to be the leader, meaning that this Pokemon seems to be a bit smarter, and that's what Paul needs, a stronger and smarter Pokemon here, and he wants to capture Gliscor. And it played out pretty in the region thanks to Weaver's ice typing, allowing Paul to capture pretty easily. And unfortunately, Paul did capture Gligar, but one particular trainer seems to caught Paul, and Paul seems to know this trainer, meaning Ash just witnessed Paul manage to capture it. And Ash doesn't want to admit that he's grateful that Paul managed to get rid of Gliscor, but unfortunately it's Paul that Ash is talking, so refuses to say thanks to it, but he does say regardless. But Paul seems to push Ash away and simply walk past Singer. It simply said, I didn't want to help the city, it's just that Gligar is a very strong Pokemon that I need to capture. And Ash doesn't want to hear anything else from Paul, and just glad that Paul is already leaving. As we go to a few days in, Ash has finally had some time to properly train his new Pokemon on it, Magma. He quickly found out that Magma is a quite stubborn Pokemon. It took a while for it to listen to Ash, but Magma seems to respect Ash because it did defeat it with her twig, and because Magma will listen to Ash. But unfortunately, if Magma gets too grumpy, it will get aggressive towards the Pokemon that is sparring match against, which so happens to be Weezer. It doesn't appreciate that it keep getting hit by water type move, and it doesn't seem like to like the water. And Weezer doesn't help either because it keep boasting that he's much more stronger than last time, which makes Magma and Breezer not so close friends, meaning Ash will have a harder time in his hands. But he does find out that Magma, even though if you go past his aggression and stubbornness, it's a quite strong Pokemon that Ash managed to get. Magma is so strong that it managed to keep up with Pikachu, and that surprised Ash of all things. But there's one issue that he quickly found out, Graver. He quickly realized that he can't use the same tactic like he did with other battles because Graver has gotten much more heavy, and because of it, he can't rely on its speedy tactic, meaning Graver will have a much harder time because Ash found out that Graver could not outspeed Breezer here because last time it was a Turtwig. Turtwig could easily outrun Weezer, and this might be a huge problem. But it took a while for Ash and Gravel to find a way to get a new strategy, and thanks to Barky's knowledge of having tanky Pokemon and slow ones, it allows Gravel and Ash to find a way to pass around the speed problem. And because Ash doesn't focus on Chimchar because he doesn't have it, Ash will really focus on Gravel's growth here, which might be a good thing because the next battle might be unexpected. Ash is training the rest of his Pokemon, and just like in canon, Ash won't use his Pokemon Magma, and Magma will play the role of Gligar, getting upset by this and quickly ran in the forest, while Ash and the gang will quickly follow it, and unfortunately Magma bumps into a very familiar trainer, Paul. And this, not only that, it seems like he's busy doing his own sort of training with Monkford, and seeing Monkford gives him a satisfaction of happy that Monkford seems to be doing okay, but not too bad. He's quite annoyed that Ash just appeared when he's doing a heartfelt training with Monkford, and seeing that Paul is seeing a Magma, thinking that Ash has caught in a fire type, and to Paul's knowledge, it seems like it's a strong fire type. And Paul, looking at Monk Fauna, wants to quickly have a quick thinking, and Paul begins to upbraid Ash how bad of a trade and of how pathetic it is. And this causes Ash to repeat then if it's so tough, how about we have a battle? And this is where Ash enters Paul's trap because he wanted to get Ash agitated to have a Pokemon battle. And since Magma bumped into Paul, Ash decided to use Magma, and Magma seems to be quite happy towards it. Monkfauna seems to be ready to step out, but Paul quickly holds Monkfauna but he wants to try something new here. So he sent out his newly captured Pokemon Gliscor, and this played out the same way in the end, but even though Magma is at a disadvantage against Gliscor, but luckily enough the fire Pokemon managed to put down Gliscor with a powerful flamethrower, and this is what gets Paul quite excited. But to Ash's surprise, one Gliscor is knocked out. It doesn't anger Paul in a sort of way. He simply shrugs and just returns Gligar. But it doesn't stop it from saying how pathetic it is to lose a Pokemon that he had advantage with. And this gets Ash to get up angry at Paul and quickly says that Gliscor tried its best, and Paul simply replied, it tried its best, but unfortunately it did not do the job that I wanted. But luckily, Paul glances to Monkfauna, and Monkfauna seems to know what his trainer is thinking, as Paul sends Monkfauna in the battle. And this is perhaps Ash's first battling Monkfauna while Paul is in the control. And once the two fire Pokemon clash one another with a powerful flamethrower respectively, and there's a big difference. Monkfauna has been gotten much stronger lately, and not only that, Power Up Punch seems to get in the gap wider and wider, because every time the two Pokemon clash fists with Thunder Punch and Power Up Punch, but unfortunately Monkfauna seems to get much stronger in the heat of the battle, allowing Monkfauna to knock out Magma with a powerful deck combination, knocking out Magma. And Ash quickly goes to Magma trying to check it's okay, but Magma simply pushes away Ash and simply glares at Monkfauna before it simply passes out, forcing Ash to recall Magma back. And Paul simply replied, "You have one more Pokemon left, make it count, because if you don't, I'm just gonna walk away of this waste of a time here." And Ash remembers the memories that Paul managed to get Monkfauna's place to come out, and thinking Blizzard wouldn't do the job done, but all of a sudden Gravel is stepping up, begging for Ash to battle for him, and unexpectedly from Gravel, Ash simply agrees and sends out Gravel. But to Paul, this seems to be the most stupidest thing Ash could have done, sending out a grass type against a fire type. But regardless, Paul is gonna make Ash regret sending out Gravel, commanding for Monkfauna to power up with a powerful flame where, unlikely to Paul's surprise, Gravel simply uses Earth Power to dig up Monkfauna and taking a huge damage from Earth Power. This leads for a surprise, but luckily Monkfauna seems to kick up and unleashing a powerful power-up punch after another. And it seems like Ash attempted to dodge it, but accidentally remembering that the old strategy isn't gonna work out, so Gravel in midway has to quickly adjust to Ash's fumbling, and Paul quickly notices and realizing that Ash is out-tacted of using Gravel's speed won't work. So after learning that information, Paul takes the advantage because Ash and Gravel are trying a new defensive strategy, and Paul will take that advantage because he's an expert on that. And once Gravel attempted to distance himself away, unleashing an energy ball to Monkfauna's surprise, Paul quickly counters with a powerful day, and Monkfauna managed to cover the ground. And not only that, once it pops out, it quickly fires a powerful flamethrower. But unfortunately, Monkfauna has gotten a bit too comfortable and especially getting a bit cocky, which is going to be its downside because Paul quickly noticed Magma should have pulled back, but unfortunately Ash managed to call Gravel with a powerful earth power, and this move seems to do a lot of damage to Magma and actually is nearly knocked out, but quickly stopped himself, remembering from last time it yells at him when he was a Chimchar that he could not win against Turtwig the last time. This made Monk to get anger, and not only that, it seems like Paul is pushing, explaining if Monkford doesn't win, that he's going to throw him and kick him out of the party, and should have known better to leave a weakling out of his team. And this made Ash very angry towards Paul, was thinking that Paul is just yelling Monkford for no other reason. But unknowingly, Monkford seems to activate its blaze ability, and it simply is growling at the grass type Pokemon like a vicious whatever, and Paul seems to grin at this and just calls wild move Flame Wheel, and all of a sudden Monkford transforms into this huge blazing of death as he quickly charges towards Gravel, and unfortunately Gravel not able to defend this attack and forcibly taking all the damage, simply knocked out by Monkford now. And Ash quickly goes to Gravel, checking it's okay, but quickly looks at Monkford is still in a rage, and it looks like it's about to attack Gravel and Ash, but luckily Paul quickly managed to yell and to stop Monkford, and for the first time Monkford seems to listen to Paul and quickly walks away, going to Paul's side, and for a few minutes Monkford seems to open his eyes, realizing that it's been snapped out of its blaze ability, and Paul seems to grin at this. As you can see, Ash, this is the result thanks to me. This only took a couple of weeks to get to Monkford to listen, and you're just struggling on using Grav for how pathetic you are. And that's pretty like in the original canon when Blizzard gets grumpy that Magma managed to defeat again, and luckily the gym leader Crusher managed to get Weezer motivated because it has its evolved counterpart, and because that Weezer got humiliated by Magma, it want to prove it even more by taking out its evolution counterpart. And the battle with Ash and Crusher goes pretty the same. In fact, I think Ash might even have a better turn because of Grover here, even though it's struggling to master its new strategy here. But luckily Pikachu and Blizzard managed to pull Grover's weight, and once Grover realized that his weight is not helping his team, Grover is more determined to master his new skills here. For the next day, Ash after winning his 4th badge from Crusher Wake, he's planning on using Magma here. He doesn't know when he could really use the strong Pokemon, so he will try to sharpen its skills by training again. But unfortunately, this will be a mistake because Ash did use Weezer as a sparring pattern. Is that Ash finds out if he brings these two up against each other, it brings out the best in each other, but the downside, it causes these two to have a huge fight. In so fact that Magma tried to hit Weezer with a flamethrower, but unfortunately the flamethrower seems to hit an innocent Pokemon in the process, as a floating metal thing has been caught on fire, and Ash quickly asked Weezer to quickly put it out with water gun. Finding out the floating metal thing, it's a Pokemon Bronzong, and clearly being a steel type is pretty effective from Magma, and realizing Magma just hurt an innocent Pokemon, quickly apologized to the the steel Pokemon, but unfortunately is in too much pain to say anything. So Ash quickly goes to Brock and asks it to help it because Magma accidentally hurt it. Luckily, thanks to the unexperienced Pokemon doctor, managed to help Bronson heal up, and Ash felt sorry. So in return of trying to say sorry, Ash pulls up a few Pokemon's neck for Bronson to take it, but weirdly Bronson doesn't take it. It actually asking that if Ash is okay on capturing it, and this somewhat surprised Ash here, but he quickly realized that Bronson is finding a friend that is finally notices, because Ash noticed that Bronson doesn't really get noted by other Pokemon, and since Bronson is really wanting to stick by Ash's side, Ash has no any against it, so Bronson simply captures it, meaning Ash has a full Pokemon by his side. Our favorite rival Paul has arrived to almost town. The reason why he gotten all the way to this specific time because he heard a few rumors that there might be a legend Pokemon around the town. And Paul, being a very decisive trainer that he is, wants to even though even if it's a small chance that Paul might never found a legend, but it might be worth it because once he arrived in the town and he could clearly see there's a bunch of strong trainers around, but there's one particular that caught Paul's eyes, a young trainer named Alega, where he could clearly see this trainer is battling some rookies with a powerful Pokemon Infernape, and Paul is quite interested because he has a Pokemon that isn't too far off on his evolution, but Paul just knows that Monkfern has a long way to go, and wanting to test out his fire monkey to better, Paul demands a challenge from her, and she accepts this from the root trainer, but seems to be very confident, and Lagrena simply accepts Paul's challenge, and once Paul sends out Monkfern to battle, this quite interests her for a bit because she fans of the memories where she got her first Pokemon Chimchar not too long ago, and this lets her to be quite excited in the battle. But unfortunately, even though Monkfern is a quite strong battle brawler, but unfortunately Infernape's evolution counter is clearly outclassing the fire monkey, because every time Monkfern tries to do a move like flamethrower and flame wheel, Infernape just does it better by with powerful burst of energy from his spot, and Paul can clearly see there's no hope of Monkfern winning this, but to Paul's surprise, Monkfern doesn't give up, and noticing this, he tries to make Chimchar go into his rageful mode, but unfortunately it does hit Monkfern, but unfortunately it doesn't give the result that Paul desires, because Monkfern is in a rageful state, but it doesn't activate its Blaze ability. This seems to be a momentary confusion on Paul's part, and unfortunately this will cause him in the battle and managing to take out Monkfern with a powerful Flare Blitz attack, knocking Monkfern out. And Paul isn't as angry for the moment, but he is getting frustrated that there are some times where Monkfern can go activate Blaze, but there are some times where Paul really just has a hard time bringing it out, which makes him frustrated, but he doesn't want to put all of it on Monkfern. And Paul thinks that there's something wrong that he did, but he's unsure of this, but he'll fix the issues later. But unfortunately, he's just going to observe the other trainers if he could think there's some of them good enough for a battle. But once again, Paul simply lands on a very familiar face, and clearly is really not liking the situation, as Paul is clearly walking away with, as Dawn and Brock has noticed Paul just walk away from the crowd, and they want to tell Ash, but unfortunately Ash is in a heated battle with another trainer. Ash is having a very fearsome battle with Mori with his powerful Torterra, and Ash is clearly using Gravel to see how Gravel is able to step up against his evolution counterpart, and clearly there's the outmatch from the powerful Pokemon here. But even though Ash has lost this battle, Ash and Gravel gain the most important information that Mori is willing to teach Ash how to use Gravel in his full potential. And this is a very similar where Torterra teaches Grovyle in the important lesson, but the key difference is Mori is there having very experience with his Pokemon, and unlike Paul, he is more willing to teach Ash to put through around the ropes on his Grovyle. And not to mention, Mori is wanting to teach Grovyle a very important move, a very strong move, Mega Drain, that will greatly give Grottle a very important tool that will allow him to survive more harder better than before. But unfortunately, Grottle is still trying to learn a move here. But luckily enough, it managed to figure out Mega Drain. But the mastering is a different other thing. What Gravel and Ash has to take care of that, and Ash is clearly excited about it, as Grottle is feeling much more better ever since it evolved into Turtwig, because he finally figured out by another Pokemon by its own species how to use its body to its advantage. But once Marley is pretty much giving everything that Ash needs to hear, Ash quickly goes back to his friends Paul and Dot, and quickly met with Alice, and this goes pretty much like in the movie, but the key difference is that Paul tagged along because he learned that Alice has information about a certain Pokemon that is pretty much known mysteriously in the town, and Paul and Ash quickly just stare at one another, and they don't even need to say to anything. But there's one thing that they broke the ice, as Paul mentioned, so they Grovyle managed to figure out how to actually battle, or you were just wasting because of your pathetic method training. And Ash simply gets angered by Paul's words and pretty much yelling back at Paul. And this is where Alice is noted that these two do not like each other, and it's formed a Brock and Don that Ash is Paul's rival, but Paul doesn't see that way. But regardless, Ash has to just grit his teeth that Paul is tagging along, and this is where everything is similar to the moves, but the key difference is Ash clearly isn't acting like himself because of Paul being around, and he clearly wants to see how Paul is treating with Monk Fauna, but is unable to check so because Paul is pretty much refused to set out Monk Fauna because Paul is not clearly allowing Ash to see Monk Fauna and pretty much denying to do so, which makes Ash a bit more angry. But everything goes the similar where Paul finds out the tower is actually a giant huge musical where it calms every Pokemon in the area, and this is where Antonio is giving much more clear details about the tower, being that his grandfather has been taking care of this tower and pretty much ever he was a kid he could remember. And sometimes even rare Pokemon comes to the tower just to listen to the music alone. And unfortunately, this is how Paul discovered the information that this isn't good for him. He thought that he honestly thought that a group of people somehow spotted a legendary Pokemon, but unfortunately there are just rumors that they're pretty much saying there's a chance that a rare Pokemon might pop up once a while, but unfortunately this isn't good enough, and Paul just simply said, well, this is a complete waste of my time, as Paul is quickly headed out of the tower. And unfortunately this does make Ash grit his teeth and pretty much yelling, that's what you came all the way for, just to find out if a legendary Pokemon might appear. You are quite selfish, Paul. And Paul is simply stopped by Ash's word and quickly scoffs towards Ash, clearly angered by his words. And you're clearly out of your depth once we battle Ash because you're struggling to update a Pokemon that is clearly out of your depth, and you have a hard-headed fire Pokemon, and you clearly are out of your league once I master Monferno's Blaze ability. And Ash, once we meet, or even if we even meet the Pokemon League, I'm gonna even be surprised you're gonna pass the first challenge from that. And that's where Paul simply walks out, and Ash is simply angered by that. And once we go to Paul's perspective, clearly thinking to himself, this is a complete waste of precious time, because he could have gotten his next badge already. But Paul quickly stopped himself and quickly pulled out his Monferno's ball and clearly think to himself what went wrong with Monferno back there. Is unsure, because the last time when he tried to use Monferno's emotion, it clearly set him off to a place, but recently now it's not able to do so, and he doesn't know what to do next. But he did heard of a big commotion going on, as Paul quickly realized that this clear sky is being covered up, and not to mention a group of trainers is chasing something. And this is where Paul grabs attention to a group of people sending out their trusty Pokemon to battle while in with a very powerful Pokemon. Paul quickly just observed the battle ahead, and he is quite shocked to reveal that he's seeing an actual legendary Pokemon, a powerful Darkrai, as Darkrai is simply putting every Pokemon that he could see inside, putting it to sleep by using Dark Void here. And clearly the trainers around here are clearly out of their depth here, especially Alice and Marty tried to attempt to start Darkrai on attacking people and Pokemon alike, and unfortunately they couldn't even slow down Darkrai, as Darkrai simply continues on his rampage. And this is where Paul quickly jumps in and confronted Darkrai, and simply grinning, this is a beautiful, perfect opportunity where he could challenge himself against a legendary Pokemon, as Paul is too blinded to his eager to defeat a legendary Pokemon, as Paul simply sent out his Electabuzz to battle, and thinking that Electabuzz should do something, and Paul knows that he has no chance on actually defeating a legendary Pokemon, but he wants to scout out on Darkrai, and he called for Electabuzz to do a powerful Thunder, but unfortunately Darkrai simply moved out of the way effortlessly, just avoiding Electabuzz, and simply sucked out a powerful Ice Beam, and immediately the Ice Beam simply clashes to Electabuzz, seemingly instantly almost frozen in place, and Paul is quite shocked by this. So to make sure that Electabuzz isn't going down that quickly, he's sending out his Honcho to battle, and commands Honcho to get Electabuzz free with a powerful Steel Wing. And once Electabuzz managed to get himself out of there, he quickly got angry that he nearly got knocked out by this legendary Pokemon, and attempted to do a powerful break, which should be a super effective damage towards a Dark type like Darkrai. And yet again, Darkrai easily avoids the attack one after the other, and even with Honcho's help aiding Electabuzz, it's clear the two Pokemon are clearly outmatched against a powerful Pokemon like Darkrai, and with one Dark Void putting both Pokemon to sleep, and clearly the two are commissioned out of the battle, and Paul is returning back their Pokemon and sending out the next one. But unfortunately, no matter what Paul attempts to do, he could not slow down or even close to hurting Darkrai, because even with the Weavile and ushering his strongest Pokemon couldn't even touch Darkrai, and yet again Darkrai simply puts both of them to sleep here, and this is getting Paul pretty frustrated. So there's no other choice but to send out Monferno and Torterra, his most experienced Pokemon. And even though Monferno is a fighting type, it's clearly stuck out of place against a Darkrai, because every time Monferno tries to hit with a power up punch, it's clearly getting knocked by Darkrai Dark Pokemon. powers here, and the only Pokemon is seemingly is doing actual efforts here is Torterra, and allowing to use powerful moves like Frenzy, Press, and Earthquake here. And this is actually getting Darkrai a bit stirred off from that, as Paul then again turns to Monferno and attempted to use his old tactic trying to make Monferno feel useless. And it does hit Monferno, but unfortunately the words Ampa that is hitting Monferno isn't going deeper as he thought it would, meaning Monferno isn't able to access base here, which means Monferno is actually holding down Torterra here, as Monferno is simply knocked by Darkrai's Dark Void here, and Paul has the only Pokemon left here, which is Torterra. But unfortunately, Darkrai charges up a powerful Ice Beam, which should knock out Torterra, but unexpectedly a very similar trainer simply saved Torterra with, as Magma simply uses a powerful flamethrower, and Paul simply looks at towards Ash did save Torterra, but is regretting his deed and yelling at Ash, "Get out of here, I can handle this Darkrai." And Ash again is quickly angered by this, because he just saw most of his team got wiped out by this Pokemon, and Ash says, "You going to need my help regardless, and I don't care what you say," and he commands Pikachu and Magma to attack the Darkrai, but unfortunately Magma being a very hot-headed Pokemon, once she got hit by a powerful Dark Void, it got angered and disobeys Ash as he quickly tries to take on Darkrai by himself with a powerful Thunderbolt, but unfortunately Darkrai simply grabs its arm and quickly knocks it down with a powerful close-range Dark Void, and clearly Magma is completely out of this, forcing Ash to return Magma. The only Pokemon left that is close to at least hitting on Darkrai is Ash's Pikachu, forcing Paul and Ash to work together. But unfortunately this happens like in the tournament, where these two just refuse to help each other and clearly trying to fight Darkrai like they're doing, like they're alone here. And clearly Darkrai is using their argument to his advantage by putting both Pokemons out with Dark Void, leaving Paul and Ash to be defensive here. And this is where Darkrai goes towards them, feeling frightened. Paul and Ash attempted to recall their Pokemon bond, but unfortunately Ash needs to grab Pikachu because Pikachu doesn't like his Pokemon, which means Ash gets hit by Dark Void. And even though Paul did manage to get his Torterra in his Pokeball, and once he tried to dash away, and Darkrai is simply right behind him and simply puts him to sleep here. As Paul gets hit by Darkrai around Dark Void move, and Paul quickly opened his eyes and realizing he's in the forest. But the problem is, for the purple-haired man, he has no idea how he got in the forest, and he knows better that because he knows that he didn't went to the forest, he went to the town to find Darkrai, but somehow he get transported deep in somewhere and transported here. But everything seems to be very familiar, and Paul doesn't know where to point out, but it really doesn't matter to him because he clearly needs to get out of here. And finding out there's no place where to get out, and quickly realized that he just went a full circle. That means Paul has circled back where he first landed here, meaning Paul is struggling forest, but there are some hidden things hiding in the forest. Paul quickly circles around the trees and can feel that there's something hidden, and he can feel that is about to jump on him. As Paul attempted to pull out his Pokeball, but quickly realized he doesn't have any of his Pokemon on him, and quickly realized that he's gonna be in a very dangerous situation. Paul quickly just try his best to run away the figure, but unfortunately the few dotted figures are clearly much more faster than, as the small figure managed to stop Paul's trap, and finding out there's a bunch of Zigzagoon, and all of them look pretty familiar, but unsure how he knows them and unsure of it. But it's pretty clear that Zangoose are attacking Paul here, and unable to understand why they're just attacking Paul. And Paul is quickly has to defend himself, but because of the Pokemon dog biting him, Paul also feels weak, even though he never felt that. But for a momentary, the Zangoose ruthlessly attack Paul for no other reason, just to Paul all of a sudden gets angry at this because the moment the Zigzag lands it triggers something inside Paul that Paul has never felt before. He's being mocked at, and normally he never gets that. But at this momentary, the Zigzag seems to make fun how pathetic and weak he truly is, and because of this unleashes Paul to be angered, not just anger. Paul, for the momentary, experienced the blaze ability, and after the agony that he caught himself with pure blaze here, this does manage to wake up Paul from Dark's Rise movie, and realizing Paul is in the Pokemon Center and quickly needs to check himself that making sure he isn't actually caught on fire, because that dream felt a bit too real for comfort. As his heart managed to calm down a bit and managed to get out of bed, as Nurse Joy simply wanders throughout the hall quickly and realizing Paul has finally awakened. But unfortunately, the Nurse Joy doesn't have time to check on Paul. So she quickly gives Paul his Pokemon, and Paul quickly tried to get some answers from Nurse Joyce. But Joyce does manage to explain Paul what the situation is. Apparently, Darkrai wasn't attacking the Pokemon trainer. He was trying to warn them because two powerful Pokemon, because of Pyogia and Dargaria, are in their territory, meaning they are fighting for it. Not only that, it seems like the town is stuck between dimensions, meaning that every Pokemon and trainers and even the buildings are literally dashing away through dimensions. And unfortunately, Nostra is trying to help everyone, trying to help trainers and Pokemon alike, and Nostra dashes off with her partner by her side, Chansey, trying their best to heal up the other trainers' Pokemon and trying to wake them up. But unfortunately, the Pokemon Center is hit by a powerful move from a powerful Dragon Pulse, and not to mention the Pokemon Center, it begins to wither away through time, meaning all the trainer in the Pokemon Center needs to get out of here. Luckily, Paul managed to help the Nurse Joy on sending out his Pokemon to help to the escape here. As we go to a different perspective, as Ash, Dawn, and Brock, and the rest of the trainers that lives in this town try their best to defend themselves from the two powerful legendary Pokemon. But unfortunately, Pokia and Dia doesn't even notice the humans of Pokemon alike, because to them they're cockroaches that they don't have time, because they only care for each other, trying to chase them out of in the territory. But it's pretty clear that the two legendary Pokemon refuse to quit. Luckily, our heroes has a plan by striking the two legendary long enough for Alex and her friend Antonio enough time so that the music can calm down the legend Pokemon. But unfortunately, every time the two Pokemon attack one another, it seems like they're speeding up the process as their world is literally disappearing between dimensions, leading our heroes to hurriedly trying their best to distract the two Pokemon long enough so that the two heroes could play the music. But unfortunately, trying to get two powerful legendary Pokemon attached is much more hard than expected. Luckily, our heroes managed to save some trainers and Pokemon alike, but Ash and Brock and Dawn and the rest of the strong trainers are much more willing to try to distract the legendary. But it seems like it did the job done. But unfortunately, the downside, they have their attention now and is soon to regret that decision because unfortunately none of the Pokemon are even close enough to stand alone against a powerful legendary Pokemon like Pialka and Palkia, which two Pokemon respectively use their signature move Roaring, Roar of Time and Spatial Rain, and the two Pokemon managed to nearly knock out every single trainer they could except for a few trainers, which is Ash, Dart, and Brock, leaving them possibly the only trainers left with Pokemon on standby to take on the Pokemon. But unfortunately, the two of the legendary Pokemon is overwhelming because Ash has to quickly help Brock and Dart at the same time, meaning that the two are focusedly relying on Ash, who has the most experience, and especially is Pikachu is helping out the most here because Pikachu has fought the legendary Pokemon before, but unfortunately Pikachu is quickly overwhelmed by the two powerhouse of the legendaries, leading for Pikachu to be attacked by two other moves simultaneously. But unfortunately for Pikachu, someone interfered as a powerful Torterra uses Frenzy plans to stop the two moves together, leaving Ash to look aside to seeing Paul is the one to save Pikachu, and Paul simply grins at us and simply says to Ash, "We have no time for you staring. We need to distract them long enough for those two idiots to put on the song." And because of that, Ash managed to shake off and quickly retrieves his Pikachu and no other choice, sending out his Grotto to battle. As Paul and Ash are distracting Palkia, as Dart and Brock manage to distract the other as the two grass starter calls out for a powerful move, a powerful energy bar, as the two total Pokemon launches a powerful energy towards the dragon type. Unfortunately, it simply reflects the attack and launches another spatial rain, but luckily the total Pokemon managed to total bountifully, leaving Ash by surprise and leading Paul to grin and call out another powerful frenzy place. This move managed to surprisingly restrain Poker at his place, but unfortunately after taking that special raid, Torterra is simply knocked out, leaving Paul for the opening to send out a powerful Pokemon, sending out Electabuzz and Monkfunnel to battle as Paul commenced the two to launch the most powerful attack, Thunder and Flamethrower, as the two Pokemon clash each other, not liking one another. But unfortunately, they have to work together to take down this legendary Pokemon, as the two Pokemon respectively launch their attack, and Ash doesn't sit by the side and simply joins in by Paul, sending out Magma and launching his own Flamethrower and Angrata to join in with a powerful Earth power. But unfortunately, the legendary take to the front of the four attacks, but unfortunately they're still dating with a very powerful Pokemon capable of ripping reality just by thinking about it, as the Pokemon simply free itself from its frenzy plan and respectively taking each and every Pokemon one at a time, leaving the only Pokemon left, Monkfunnel. Monkfunnel tries its best, but unfortunately the legendary Pokemon just simply overwhelmed it, and once Monkfunnel is simply down for the count, and as the Pokemon just simply looking towards its rival that entered its domain, Dialga, and it simply floats towards that direction, leading Paul and Ash to regret it because they needed to distract Palkia long enough. But unfortunately, something did happen, which both is took him back as Monkfunnel begins to enter Blaze ability, meaning it's going to be on a rampage, but its sole target is Palkia, which gets the legend to actually look towards the monkey, giving as the Monkfunnel Pokemon launches a powerful power-up punch as it simply leaps up tops of houses and landing towards the dragon Pokemon, landing powerful blows, which Palkia has to take this time much more seriously as she launches another special raid. Luckily, Monkfunnel managed to dodge out the way and lands a powerful flame wheel, taking the momentum towards Palkia. But unfortunately, Palkia doesn't even need to use a move as it simply tackles Monk Fauna to the ground, leaving Monk Fauna to be knocked out. And as Paul quickly realized something is different with Monk Fauna, in the last few days, something funny clicked, meaning he realized something. But unfortunately, this revelation is taken aback as Pyokai and Dialgo are going to land their final attack. And luckily, it played out just like in the movie here, where Darkrai managed to distract the two Pokemon long enough. But luckily, with Paul's help, meaning Darkrai doesn't need to sacrifice himself, leading for Alex Antonio to play the music as the two legendary Pokemon, after calming down, realizing that this fight is pretty ridiculous, and respectively sent back to the home dimension, leaving the city to be saviors as everyone is safely back home. Once everything is back to normal, Ash quickly looks towards Paul as Paul simply returns Monk Fauna back to its Pokeball, and it looks like for eternity for Paul's perspective as Paul gets Paul to quickly shake up his state and simply looks back at Ash and simply puts back Monk Fauna. And this leads Paul to look down for a moment. Your grotto seems to be proof by a lot. This gets Ash to get flushed, surprised by Paul's word, but is quickly shot by for another critical for Paul. But unfortunately, it's not going to be good enough for you, Ash, because the times that you get grotto to get stronger, I finally realized how to make Monk Fauna much more stronger than before. As Paul simply walks out like usual, but this time Ash doesn't seem to be hated Postcard for the moment, but simply empathize that Monk Fauna how he's been treated. But unfortunately, Ash needs to acknowledge something. Paul's method of training does give great results, and he can easily see that Monk Fauna is getting much stronger. Ash doesn't want to accept that and keeps denying. As Ash quickly looks back at the Paul's back of his head, realizing he needs to step up his game if he ever wants to take down Monk Fauna. Ash can no longer see Monk Fauna. He needs to see Monk Fauna as another rival. As Ash quickly picks up his Grotto's Pokeball, and this is the Pokemon that can defeat Monk Fauna. Fantina is a very tricky situation as a Ace Pokemon Drifloon is a huge struggle against Paul Monk's Fauna. Even though Drifloon should have been a huge advantage against a fighting type, but Paul is a much more smarter Pokemon. He's actively avoiding Monk Fauna's quarters moves here and just shooting using mostly its fire ability, and that's exactly what Paul is trying to do, as he's trying to keep pushing Monk Fauna's his blaze ability. And once again, after Paul realizing what motivates Monk Fauna wanting to do why he wants to do the specific training, allowing Monk Fauna to unlock and able to go through its blaze ability, as Monk Fauna's body is feeling molten lava like fire, as Fantina could feel across the battlefield, and Monk Fauna is using this flame to advantage while rushing in Drifloon with a powerful flame wheel after flame wheel attack, causing so much damage it gets Drifloon to be burned up, meaning that Monk Fauna is in a huge advantage and unleashing a powerful flamethrower, and this powerful flamethrower seems to knock out the Drifloon Pokemon, leaving Paul to no Pokemon KOs to his side, meaning he won effortlessly in this battle, as Fantina is simply impressed by Paul as a trainer and gives him the badge, and Paul seems to be happy in this result because Paul knows how to get Monk Fauna to unlock Blaze ability in command, but unfortunately the process is much more difficult than Paul's usual method on trying to harsh it with words. But since Paul is not using gear trip and making Monkphone no feel weak, but to burn its fuel of anger in the battlefield. And once we plan out a few days, as Paul continues to trap onto the Sinnoh region and encountering a pseudo Pokemon Metang and not wasting another opportunity for Paul to get Monkforno more practice better. And Monkforno once again is proven time and time again on Monkforno is climbing up the ladders on Paul's strong Pokemon in the team, and it managed to convincingly dominate Mantang and allowing Paul to capture the pseudo legendary Pokemon. And after that capture, Paul once again is already going through all his Pokemon into harsh condition of battles, and this time Electabuzz seems to notice the gap between Monferno and him, and he hates to admit it, and this causes for the two to fight over it. And seeing this, Paul doesn't attempt to stop the two from fighting each other and actually wants them to continue on because Paul could see this as a great good training method because it gets the two Pokemon to try to one up against each other, which greatly impacted on the training overall. And because of that, they're becoming much more stronger in a period of time compared if they weren't fighting each other. But unfortunately, Monkforno and Paul will test out their strength as they notice a rare loot here, thinking it's such a rare Pokemon and even seeing it using a Aura Sphere. Paul attempted to capture but found out that Aurelio is already captured, meaning Paul realized it's just a waste of time and trying to walk away from it. But unfortunately, a mysterious Pokemon hunter with a powerful salamander attacking Riolu. And not only that, it seems like this Pokemon hunter just caught an eye of Paul's Pokemon. Intrigued by this Pokemon hunter not only wants to capture Rayleigh, but also capture Paul's his strongest Pokemon, which the only one seems to be Torterra that really caught her eye. And because of this, she wanted to capture the both Pokemon here. Paul would not let that happen and command for Torterra for a huge bet against the Salamander. But unfortunately for Monferno, Paul could not send a backup because most of his Pokemon already are too tired from their training with it, meaning Monferno needs to take out this powerful Salamander, and unfortunately Monferno is struggling to do so because the moveset it has and the huge disadvantage against this pseudo legendary Pokemon. After Dragon Claw and a powerful flight a, in a powerful sky drop, Monkfern is simply at its back against the wall and it tries to access the blaze ability, but unfortunately it's too low to access it because Monkfern is simply too exhausting. But this forces Paul to have no other choice but to send out the remaining Pokemon what health it had and sending out to Terra to battle. And this simply is intrigued by the Pokemon hunter, as she could tell this Torterra seems to be very powerful and very powerful, and she just wants the Torterra. And this forces Paul trying to save Monkforno, as Torterra you try to trap it with Frenzy Flame, but unfortunately the Salamander just simply uses its flamethrower to break free itself and manage to grab Torterra and slam it against a wall, a cliff of the mountain, making it unconscious, and this allows for the Hunter Jay to turn it into stone, shocking Monkferno and Paul as a group of people manage to capture it and send it on top of the skyline, leaving Paul quite shocked and Infernape witnessing a hunter Jay calling a powerful move towards Paul as the Challenger charges in with a powerful Dragon Pulse, which forces Monkfauna to try to save its trainer by tackling it. But for Hunter's Jay's perspective, it just seems like his Pokemon managed to get rid of the true Persia, allowing Hunter Jay to climb onto her Pokemon and simply fly off here. And not only that, they may also manage to capture Ryu here. As we go to Ash's perspective, his training goes as usual like in the original because at this section here, Chimchar doesn't really contribute much here, but Ash at the start has few new Pokemon that he select to train with his Bronson and Magma here. And thankfully, when he came upon his next gym battle here, even though Ash does have Chimchar here, but this time he's going to change it up using Magma here, his newest fire Pokemon, into his team. And I think it goes pretty similar as Ash quickly uses his newest strategy with the sheer counter here. And I think Ash would have an easier time because Magma would be naturally more stronger than Choncha, which does give Magma a slight advantage up against Fantina here in the battle. And we're not going to get into it because most of Ash's team are pretty the same, so nothing goes out of in the ordinary, except that Magma simply carried Ash's team here, as Pikachu couldn't overwhelm Drifloon here and Driftloon managed to put out Pikachu to sleep here, and Magma simply is to sweep off of what Pikachu couldn't do, allowing Ash to earn his fourth badge here. But unfortunately, nothing happens here except for a few things that he needs to take care of. But we don't stay Ash's perspective for too long as we simply banter back to Paul. Once Paul wakes up, finally realizing someone has been watching him carefully, it seems to be Monk Fauna watching him. And once Paul questions how did Monk Fauna manage to rescue him, but he quickly realizes he turned over to see a Pokemon Ranger, and the Pokemon Ranger seems to explain that he's been trying to go after Pokemon Hunter J for quite some time now. He's supposed to rescue Ryu, but unfortunately it seems like they gave him a big slip, which he's quite sorry for his loss with Torterra. And Boy is actually very angry at this and not bothering him showing this. This even gets Monkfauna shaken a bit because the only time he ever see Paul make that face is when he yells at him for being weak here and sometimes towards Ash here. And Paul simply once enters where did Hunter J take his Pokemon, and that's what the Pokemon Ranger is trying to explain, and it suggests that the two work together to take down Hunter J because he seems to know that Paul is somewhat a very strong trainer and he kinda needs the backup because most of the Pokemon Ranger are too far scattered with other business and he could really appreciate Paul's help. But Paul seems too unsure about this but simply has no other choice but to accept the Pokemon Ranger's request here, but he doesn't stop to poke at the Ranger that how pathetic he is on letting Hunter J letting go because right now she is out there trying being even putting more people in danger, and the Pokemon Ranger had no other no other way to fight back to Paul and just says that he's right. But the bigger question that Paul says to the Pokemon Ranger, what do we need to do now? As we see Hunter J as she is talking to a client that will greatly wanting a powerful Pokemon after she showcases a powerful looking Torterra and a very rare Rilu that's managed to use a move that couldn't do until it's over with Aura's Field. And after the client seems to be satisfied, Hunter seems to turn up and she looks around to see her proudly collecting powerful and rare Pokemon. With a bit of a nod, but quickly notices the base it seems to be on the red alert, getting Hunter J to be frustrated at this as she sends most of her men down to take out the situation. But to her surprise, her men are simply are way too weak to stop a few intruders, and similarly, it's the Pokemon trainer with a huge amount of wild Pokemon willing to help him, and internally Paul with the most powerful Pokemon that he could have on him, and he simply wants payback for her trying to take away Torterra. Hunter J is not having this, and most of her men managed to get up and ready for their Pokemon as a huge battle presents as unfortunately for the Garancia they could even though they are skilled trainers they still couldn't handle the Pokemon ranges powerful wild Pokemon and internally Paul which is a powerful strategist trainer here and allowing to command most of his Pokemon to help the Pokemon Ranger. But the most important battle that Paul is battling is Hunter J, wanting some payback, and unexpectedly Monk Fono wants some payback because Monk Fono sees Torterra like a big mentor here. Even though Torterra doesn't show much affection to Monferno, Monferno simply sees it as the only Pokemon willing to help Monferno. And not to mention, it also is quite hurting by its pride not able to protect its trainers' Pokemon, which does activate its Blaze's ability just by thinking of that moment. And Paul doesn't need to try anything, as he simply grins that the training Malfoy's base seems to be working every day because of this, and this allows Haunted Trace have no other choice but to send out her Salamence to battle, and this time Paul and Malfoy are completely in sync, perhaps the very first time there's no hesitation of the two. After Malfoy seems to over, there's always doubt in its mind, but this time Paul and Monkford seems to be on track and thinking the same thing. They need to take out this powerful dragon down fast, as Monkford simply uses its base ability to its advantage and boosting its fire typing with a powerful flamethrower after flamethrower and managed to go under Salamander with a powerful flame wheel, and Salamander could not overcome Monferno's quick speeds here and forcing it to shot at a far range, trying to catch it with a powerful dragon pulse or flamethrower. But unfortunately, Monferno is way too overwhelmed Pokemon to land a hit, and with a powerful power Monk Punch and another getter with a flamethrower, this gets the dragon to be quite frustrated and simply uses his own body to slam it into the ground, and this does seem to stagger Monk Inferno in allowing for the Salamander to launch a powerful dragon while doing some critical damage, but this doesn't seem to get Monk Inferno down. It's actually getting stronger as its tail simply glows with a powerful fire, and this time Hunter J seems to notice Monk Inferno's eyes seemingly turning red at the moment, and this leaving Paul to smile, and this time he commands a move that the two are trying to get to work, as Monkforno this time is unleashing a power-up punch, and each time Salamander is get hit by this, and even if Monkforno misses, and Monkforno making sure it's getting the benefit of power-up punch by slamming its fist to a crater, even though it also hurts it, but it wants the benefits on the +1 attack here, and this greatly benefits Monkforno to the point where Monkforno is and one salamander just gets frustrated enough and just uses Dragon Pulse at everywhere. And this does greatly hit Monk Porno here and does actually stop most of it because taking too many damage, and of course Blaze is actually eating up its stamina until he quickly realized that if he is defeated now, there's a good chance that the Haunted J might finish off its trainer, and not to mention this will be his second time defeated by the same Pokemon, and because of that, Monkforno just simply refuses to lose, and this with a burst of energy simply is turning its flame way into a sort of flare blitz attack, and this allows it to crash into Salamander into across the ship here, and leaving Salamander to be unconscious, leaving Hunter J to be surprised, and she tried to get away until Monkform simply slams itself to the Hunter J and simply grabs the device that's been turning the Pokemon into stone and simply destroyed it. And because of that act, all the Pokemon that Hunted J has been gathering for the few months has been turning back to normal. And this is where the Pokemon Ranger steps on taking care and possibly is reunited back with his Torterra. But unfortunately, Monkford simply gives Pokemon J a death stare. And this is where Paul simply smirks a bit. For punishment for trying to take a Pokemon, no less my starter, I have to punish you and to stop your Caramel. And he turns to Mark for no flamethrower. And with that, Monkman doesn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful flamethrower towards Hunter J. And the Pokemon Ranger seems to be stunned in horror as the Hunter J is on fire, but not to the point of outright, getting rid of her, but enough to have a lasting mark on you. With few burn mark that doesn't seem like no matter how far she takes care, she will always have a burning mark and leaving her unconscious as Paul and McFarlane simply walks past, and this is where the Pokemon Ranger just simply grabs Paul by the shoulder, by the collar I mean, and trying to say, what are you trying to do? We're trying to stop Hauntage and not permanently fix the situation, and this is where Boss simply correct him. No, it's your fault for Hunter J for letting her to go too far. The situation she did. He just did what everyone was thinking of. They're trying to take care of the situation permanently. And with that, Monkfauna simply tackles the Pokemon Hunter ground and simply growl at it and dare it to do anything about it. And Boss simply walks up and leaving Monkfauna to catch it up as the Pokemon Ranger realizing how messed up of a trainer Paul is. After Ash defeats Fantina and earning his first badge from her, the anime follows closely in this timeline, but unfortunately since Ash would have entered the Sky Battle with Staravia and unfortunately also meets Paul and his newly evolved Honchkrow here, and this goes closely like in the anime was Staravia evolved into Staraptor here, and earning Ash to have a quick clutch here, and a few days later, even though Ash doesn't have a life score in this timeline, he would still have a powerful flying type on his team, meaning he would still meet Mr. Ken here, and he known as the Air Battle Master here, and even though in this time he would have gladly teach Gliscor, but in this alternative one, if he would teach Staraptor here for Ash, meaning Ash has to let Staraptor stay here for a moment, meaning he has one Pokemon out in his team momentarily, but Ash will definitely call Staraptor back in a very important battle. After that, in pretty important episode, Ash will probably meet his next destination gym leader, Canadian Gym, where he will meet where Ash would have met Brian here, and this doesn't change much, but because that Ash's team is significantly much more different in the anime, we might have to get in here much more detailed in this battle. As the gym leader, Brian simply sends out his Brian to battle, and Ash is quite surprised that he also has one and Ash, being Ash, decided to test out his own setup against the setup as he sends his own Bronzong to battle. Bronzong simply commences with a powerful extra century as its eye simply glows towards Ash's Brian, but Brian simply managed to somehow move out of the way thanks to being a second knowing where it would attack and simply lands a powerful heavy slamming all of its weight, even though it's not much, but it's still somewhat damage, but even though it's not much because it's a still type, and allowing Bryson's Bronzong to unleashing a powerful flash cannon direct towards Bronzong, and living as in a shit way needs to really realizing the difference between the two, and Ash quickly realized something. It might be crazy, but it's good enough to try it out. As I simply calls out for a confused red. As Bronzon's eye simply glows, attempting to confuse the Pokemon, but Bryson simply won't allow this and simply counter this by the extra turn rank, counting the confused red. But quickly realize Bronzong is out of sight, leaving Bryson to look towards the Pokemon. And this is where Ash counters with a powerful Psychic type. And Bryson thinking that Bryson is gonna tackle with its Psychic ability. But to his surprise, Bryson is simply levitating the rocks in the surrounding battlefield and slamming all the rocks toward Bronzong, doing significant damage. But even though it's a steel type, it would resist of the rock throwing a bit. But that's not the point. It allows Ash's Bronzong to have a better advantage with a with a powerful heavy sled and using the momentum towards the sky, adding more weight to it. And since heavy sled gets stronger the more weight Bronzong puts it, it allows Bronzong to knock out Bryce and Bronzong in the fast swoop here, leaving Ash and Bronzong to be victorious here. But unfortunately, Bronzong is simply or be outwitted as Bryson simply sends out his Steelix to battle. And once the battle presents, as Steelix simply charges in with a powerful dig attack as it simply goes in the ground, leaving Bronzong to be confused. But Ash keeps it calm and just sends it with confusion. And unfortunately, it does detect Steelix in the ground, but it's too late. And Steelix it goes up to the air and simply slams its whole body towards it. But this is where Bryson makes a mistake, realizing that it doesn't seem to affect Bronzong yet, and quickly realizes knowing the species that he wishes that he didn't have the ability to leverage it, but unfortunately, Ash's Bronzong simply does, which allows Bronzong to hit it with a heavy slam attack, putting its weight again. But unfortunately, Steelix compared to it is much more heavy towards it and allows for Steelix to reach a powerful stone edge with a huge rock feather slamming into itself to Bronzong, leaving him staggered, and Ash quickly needs to figure out what to do. But unfortunately, Bronzong simply is shaking too much as Steelix takes the opportunity to use his iron tail, slamming against it, and this does seem to knock out Bronzong, leaving as no other choice but to return it. Luckily for Ash, Ash doesn't need to think much as he simply sends out for a good counter, sending out Magma to battle. And unfortunately for Bryce, since it isn't completely one-sided, because Magma is simply a good counter against Stealing. It tries to use Digger to trying to get a surprise attack, but to its dismay, Magma simply uses Flamethrower into the ground where Steelix has made and managed to catch Steelix, covering it in fire, leaving Steelix to be exposed for a moment and allowing Magma to use a powerful low sweep here, low kick I mean. And because the move gets stronger if the opponent has more weight towards it, allowing a Magma to do a powerful kicking motion towards Stealing, doing some critical damage towards it, but this doesn't let for the Steel Snake to be shaken off, as it simply attempted to use its iron tail to slam against Magma behind it, and does attack him surprisingly, but Magma seems to be too stubborn to be knocked around, and simply even catch the iron tail, and this is where Ash simply grants and calls for a powerful flamethrower close range, and unfortunately even the steel blade is much more larger, but unfortunately it's disadvantage because it could not dodge under time of the close range fire fire flamethrower here and simply caught by the second time, leaving Ash to have a second KO here, leaving Bryson one more Pokemon there, which were Bryson sending out his strongest ace to the battle, Bastion down to battle the throwing shield Pokemon here. And this is actually giving Magma a second thought on how to approach this. But Luckily doesn't need to think much as Ash simply grins that even though Magma didn't took that much damage towards it, the Magma is still up and running and commanding for a powerful Thunder Punch towards it as Magma simply clenches its fist and attempting to throw a barrage of thunder punches towards the sheer down Pokemon. But unfortunately to Magma, it gets hit more than towards it because Bastion is naturally much more durable than expected, using its head to pretty much block that attack and actually hurting Magma's fist more than anything else, leaving Ash no other choice but to command for a powerful flamethrower. But that's when Ash has entered his trap as Bryson simply calls for a metal burst, and the target to Ash's surprise, Bastion simply takes that damage, but Summer still standing. It has to something to do with ability study. Then Bastion simply launches a powerful metal burst, and it does double the damage because of it, and allowing Bastion to knock off Magma in one move, leaving Ash to be surprised. But luckily, once Ash returned and quickly noticed Bastion really took major damage, and Ash has a feeling that if he gets the battle longer than expected, he might actually win it. But it seems to unsure what to do. But luckily, he has the next Pokemon ready. Pikachu expected to be sent down, but Ash quickly stops Pikachu for a moment because he wants to try something different here and sending out Grotto to battle. And Bonson thinks that he's going to have a harder time, while Grotto is going to make it way worse because that Bastion is already pretty much dead, and Grotto has moves like Bigger Trade to keep it alive. Not to mention, it's a quadruple move here of power to make Bashir's stun's job to be even worse. And I don't see Grotto not losing here because its training over the episode has made it way more stronger than Growth in the original year, leaving Ash to be the victor here and earning his sixth badge here, pretty much a victorious win here. And after that battle, Ash would have gotten Gliscor because of it, but since Ash doesn't have Gligar here, but Ash does notice that Mappa seems to be a bit frustrated. It simply is hating for the fact that he thought he might reach its limits here, and it kinda hates it. And Magma seems to be more aggressive towards in practice battle. Some of the Ash's Pokemon seems to be fun, but Breezer doesn't like that idea, and he begins to not have a Pokemon battle, but just to have a battle like wild Pokemon. And Ash stops the two from fighting, but Ash can clearly see Magma is simply upset of something, and Magma tries to tell its trainer that it wants to get stronger no matter what it takes her, and this gets Gary to make his appearance here, suggesting that Magma wants to evolve here, and this is where Gary would give Magma his item to allow him to evolve here. And Magma pretty much is acting like Gliscor immediately wants to evolve, but actually simply stops Magma and grabbing the item from Gary, suggesting Magma still needs to prove himself if he really wants to evolve. And Magma simply hates that Ash is doing this, but he's kinda right because if he wants to earn his evolution, he needs to earn it. And this goes to a close training regimen like in the anime until Team Rocket interrupted, and then Magma grabbed the item, allowing him to have a bigger body to capture Ash easier and saving it, as Magma simply evolves into his final evolution into Magmortar here. At this certain point, I know you guys wanting Ash to get Gibber much more earlier so that Ash could evolve into Garchomp, but I don't see that happening in this particular what if. For team purposes, that Ash won't catch Gibble, heck, he won't even capture some of the Pokemon that people would expect Ash at this point. I could see Ash getting a Snow Run, but having another Grass type on his team where he already has a stronger grass type with Rattle. I don't see that happening, and no, I don't see him capturing. And not that hippopotamus ground type Pokemon because it's going to be redundant later. Because when you realize in the original series with Ash's Sinnoh team, most of its Pokemon are really weak to Ice type. So I'm going to avoid it, and you can clearly see what I'm doing with to Ash's team. But this time Ash is going to capture a different Pokemon. And after going towards the next destination and knowing that it's going to be an ice type gym, but it seems like our heroes is simply lost. But unfortunately, Ash got it the worst as he is lost in a snowstorm here and not sure where to go, but luckily a mysterious Pokemon is simply like a phantom guiding Ash towards some sort of exclusive cave to protect him in the storm. And it's revealed that it seems like a Pokemon has saved Ash here, and it seems to be a Frostlass here. It seems like it's saving Ash from the snow here. And Ash thinks it but quickly realizes there's something wrong towards the cave as a skeleton is simply on the ground, and it seems like Ash not sure why it is a skeleton here, but quickly realized that Frostlass is simply protecting the skeleton from anything towards it, and it also attacks Ash just to stop him from not getting too close from it. And simply also notice the skeleton simply is holding a Pokeball. And Ash quickly realized this Frostlass its trainer is simply had died in the blizzard, leaving Frostlass to be quite helpless. And Ash is quite sorry towards Frostlass. And after this event, Ash accidentally gets Frostlass's trust here, to the point where Frostlass picks up its own Pokeball and presents it to Ash, because Frostlass for a while has accepted its trainer has passed away to the afterlife, and presenting Ash its Pokeball, wanting to journey to continue with a trainer that he could truly trust. And Ash doesn't know how to feel towards it, but Frostlass insists on wanting to join Ash's team, and with a hesitation, Ash simply grabs Frostlass's Pokeball and adds it to his team here, earning his 7 member to his party. Ash will face Candace in a 3-on-3 battle here, and Karen was simply sent out. She was sent out Sneasel to battle and leaving Ash to think his few options, but quickly decided to send out his Pikachu here, knowing the Sneasel line seems to be a very fast Pokemon, and Sneasel tries to be a mischievous Pokemon, trying to get Pikachu surprised by with a few Night Slashes and a few times with Ice Punch, but unfortunately Pikachu here is much more faster than Sneasel here, allowing Pikachu to land a few critical Iron Death after Iron Death, but unfortunately it does simply hit towards Sneasel, but it managed to catch it with its claw and unleashing a powerful Night Slash, simply a critical hit, leaving Ash Pikachu in a different situation. And Ash quickly attempted to use quick attack, but quickly realized the battlefield is covered in ice, realizing Ash is thinking his speed advantage would give an advantage, but it's actually giving it the battlefield is giving Pikachu a hard time using its speed, while Sneasel on the other hand is used to this battlefield thanks to being an ice type and allowing it to give the advantage with a few powerful metal class after metal closet and increasing its defenses drastically. And once Sneasel seems to get cocky, Candace commands for a powerful Ice Punch, but luckily Pikachu managed to react just fast enough to launch a powerful Volt Tackle, and then turned it into another Thunderbolt, cutting Caesar in the back, leaving Caesar to be KO'd from here. But unfortunately, once Pikachu finally catches its breath, it quickly realizes its tail is slowly turning into ice and will slowly turn Pikachu's body into ice. And as quickly realizes but he has no other choice but to recall Pikachu, attempting the ice to stop momentarily, leaving Candace to grin at this moment and simply sending out a second Pokemon to battle. Sending out her Medicham to battle and on an unexpected fight teams up on Ice Gym, but Ash doesn't seem to be affected by this, and noticing Pikachu is really hurting, as Ash decides to send out his psychic Pokemon against a fighting type Bronzong here to battle. Even though on paper Bronzong should be have the advantage, but realizing its psychic wouldn't be helpful because Medicham is partially also psychic type 2, and allowing its psychic abilities much more greater than Bronzong here, and using powerful moves like Focus Bash to get Bronzong knock off. But unfortunately, this does let Candace to be a bit too cocky here, being the youngest gym leader here in Sinnoh, allowing her to be get off guard by Bronzong's confusion, as Medicham is confused in the moment, and a few times where it tries to use powerful Ice Punch here, it's also punched itself because the confusion managed to kick in, doing more damage to itself. But luckily, Medicham seems to be a much more experienced batter, and it's not easily knocked out and simply hits a powerful force bomb after force bombs, as Bronzong seems to struggle to stand floating, but luckily it managed to hit a powerful heavy slam towards, using all of its body, slamming it to Medicham here. Unfortunately, it does caught the Bronzong here and landing small powerful force bombs towards it. But luckily, Bronzong managed to shake off the fighting type with its confusion here, managed to shake it off, and as quickly as Bronzong will be struggling here, having no other choice but to recall its steel type Pokemon here. Having no other choice and really having no other choices, Ash simply sends out his newest evolution Pokemon here, Magmortar here to battle, and the difference between them is huge staggering between the two. Candace seems to be sweating a bit, but feels confident and commanding for Medicham to use a powerful Ice Punch, where Magmortar uses a powerful Thunder Punch, and the two punching moves collide one another. Magmortar has a second hand and are launching a powerful flamethrower towards Squirtle, allowing Medicham to be greatly damaged and attempting to power up by using Calm Mind, as Magmortar tried to use its second flamethrower, but Medicham seems to take the damage quickly and return with a powerful force bomb, and this time it does stagger Magmortar for a moment and allowing him to hit it with a power for Z headbutt, clashing its head towards Magmortar. But to Kenneth's surprise, Magmortar take it as a chance and simply use his own headbutt, getting Medicham to be confused for a moment and then giving Ash for a second try on using Magmortar's newest move here, Rock Slide, as its huge boulder cannon like simply shot out huge rocks after rocks here, allowing Medicham to be momentarily flinch and allowing Magmortar to use its flamethrower once again, and this time to knock out the fighting Pokemon here, leaving Candace to have one more Pokemon left here, and sending as Candace sends out her bomber Snow, even though Ash is feeling much more cocky, but quickly realizes it's the same situation with Bryson here, not wanting to underestimate it. Ash will take a chance to recall Magma this but has to listen to its trainer and simply sends out Bronzong to better wanting a second chance here on trying to do something here, and Bronzong seems to gladly take the opportunity to finally showcase as Obama Snow's move could not affect Bronson even the slightest. Because of being an ice and a grass type, its move simply could not harm Bronson here. But with its experience over the years does get Bronson to be a lower health, and Bronson is simply too tired of being the weakest member of Ash's party, and pretty much forces itself to evolve into its new evolution counterpart here. Its new evolution Bronzong here, and with its new greater power and its newest move Psychic here, it allows Bronzong to finish off a bonus Snow here. And Ash quickly realized none of his Pokemon got knocked out, which leaves Ash realizing that he's getting much stronger, and quickly realized that maybe he could finally battle and win against Paul. And speaking of the devil himself, as Paul has entered the gym leader unexpectedly way behind Ash than he thought he would. And this is where we're gonna. Once Paul has reached to the destination where Ash has just won his 7th badge, and in this point of the story, everything plays out like the original, where Paul just is ignored. It's just ignored. He's just annoyed that he needs to wait tomorrow just for him to challenge the gym leader, which means that he's forcefully has to spend no more time here. And it wouldn't be as bad, but unfortunately, Ash and his friend Brock and Don is here. And Ash especially is asking question how is Monkfarno doing? Well, and also what kind of wants to see Monkfarno. And out of spite, Paul doesn't let this and only is sending out his Pokemon just to get some few practice battle. And this is where the Batman pyramid fights over the city. And Ash points out that it's Brandon, and not to mention, Ash mentions that he beat him, and Paul is quite shocked by this, and he knows for a fact Ash wouldn't just lie, meaning Ash is being honest here, and Paul and the rest, everyone else follows suit like in the anime. Brian faces Paul. Unfortunately, it happened just like the anime, where Paul basically had no chance up against Brian, especially if he's using all 3 of his Regi pretty freely without any restriction. And Paul being wanting to one up against Ash, who's actually beaten Bryson before, is clearly in a huge disadvantage by power and by strategy, as Brandon simply takes one of Paul's Pokemon one by one until the very end, where Paul has no other Pokemon except for Chimchar, which Brandon quickly crossed his Ice Regi and sending out his Rock Regi for battle, as Brandon pretty much easily overpowers the Chipmunky, but it does happen as Paul quickly activates Chipmunk funnels his blaze. This does give him a upper hand of some sort, but unfortunately this is where Paul's risky on using Monk funnels blaze ability quickly backfire, even though Monk funnel gets stronger every time its health gets lower and lower, but unfortunately, Monkfarno also becomes a glass cannon. If Regirock lands one strong move, Monkfarno is guaranteed hit, and Paul is even though almost at times even gave up on Chimchar at moments, but Chimchar itself is too angry and demanding to defeat this legendary, and this does get Paul to get back to battle and trying to call a last minute strategy, as Monkfarno quickly tries to use Regirock's his side to his advantage by trying to trip it over, but unfortunately King Pyramid Brandon knows the strategy all too well and just sees this as pathetic and not good enough, as Regirock simply plants a powerful Stone Edge, and this does knock off Monkfarno here and leaving Paul to be devastated, but most importantly quite angered by this, because even though he really thought he would never actually win here, because he knew himself he was just filled by emotional because he knows for a fact that even Brandon himself, only Ash is the only trainer that actually defeated him in battle, leaving Paul to be frustrated but internally to be more motivated than ever. And this after that battle, Paul's brother suggests Ash and Paul have a 6-on-6 just like in the original. And of course it does happen. As Paul and Ash patiently wait for the referee to begin on their full 6-on-6 battle, which the randomizer calls for Ash to call his first Pokemon, feeling a bit cautious as Ash sends out Breezer to battle, and Paul simply smirked and called his most powerful Pokemon on him, Torterra, in battle. And once the referee begins the battle, before anyone could even know what just happened, Ash quickly recalls Blizzard back, leaving everyone to be surprised except for Paul, who's just being cautious on what Ash is doing. And instead, Ash simply sends out his newly trained Pokemon after training from the Sky Master Staraptor to battle. And unlike in the original, Staraptor isn't completely in a one-sided battle with Torterra. The some Staraptor does give much more as a battle with Torterra, as Paul actually has to think around Staraptor's capability, not knowing how strong it gotten over the few days that the last time he's seen it evolve. As Torterra tries to use his Stone Edge trying to get Staraptor away from this. Unfortunately, the Staraptor is used to try quickly can move from the last decision, allowing it to avoid most of the Stone Edge and landing a powerful Brave Point Bend, which actually gets Paul a bit surprised but not fully worried. But unfortunately for Staraptor, it's too close for Torterra to use a powerful Giga Drain, allowing Torterra to absorb some energy from the Staraptor. But luckily, Ash is quickly to react by using a powerful close combat, allowing Staraptor to get out of there quite easily, relieving both Ash and Paul to be much more wary than another. And this time, Paul suddenly doesn't feel too confident as he recalls for Terra and is sending an Electrobus to battle. Before Ash would think that Paul is going to use an electric type attack, Paul instead uses the Light Screen to reflect his Pokemon with some sort of light, and unsure what Paul is doing but doesn't waste any time to recall Staraptor, not wanting it to get caught by Electrobuzz's electric attack, and sending out Grotto to battle, thinking that his grass type should resist most of the damage of Electrobuzz, as the battle presumes as Grotto uses a powerful Razor Leaf, hoping to get some good damage from Electrobuzz, but Electrobuzz simply uses powerful Move Thunder to zap all the Razor Leaf and allowing for Electrobuzz to gain close with a powerful Break, doing some damage, but not too damage for Grotto to shake it off and allowing to use up its own Giga Drain as Ash is taking pause book, allowing his Pokemon to take damage and get a bigger damage in return with Giga Drain. And not only that, Grotto is healing itself, but Electrobuzz doesn't let that happen as it simply bursts with pure thunder here, allowing Grotto to stay away from it and letting go, giving Electrobuzz to quickly recover, but quickly returns with a powerful Thunder Punch instead, which gives Grotto to unleash its new move of power, trying to shake off Electrobuzz. To its surprise, Electrobuzz seems to punch in the ground, allowing it to be in the air momentarily and landing another powerful Thunder Punch directly at Grotto's jawline. As Ash is ready for another exchange, as Paul decided that he's satisfied enough for Electrobuzz to do what it needed to do, as Paul simply returns Electrobuzz and sending out Honchkrow to battle. As Honchkrow is using a powerful acrobat, takes a powerful flying type move crashing into Grotto here in full force and getting Grotto to be much more damaged than expected as Grotto tries to use its new energy ball to attack it, but Hanshko simply blocks the attack with Shadow Ball. As the two move collide with one another and then Hanshko does a powerful night slash across Grotto as Grotto looks worse than when another one thinks as not wanting for Grotto to continue on, he tries to call out but Grotto doesn't want to return as Grotto wants payback on Crunchcore the last time as it simply wants his payback and not wanting to disappoint his Pokemon as lets the battle continue and Paul simply smirks that it's going to be his biggest mistake and commands for Hunchcore for a powerful acrobatics, but to its surprise Grotto took the damage, surprising everyone, thinking that it couldn't have another, and this time Grotto uses a powerful Giga Drain, and this time it's not letting go of Hanshko, absorbing all of its energy, and unfortunately Hanshko is wasting too much time on letting Grotto trying to get struggle out of it, allowing Grotto to use a powerful energy ball in point blank. And once the powerful energy ball move lands on Cronscope, this does let Harsho to get out of Grotto's grasp, allowing it to be air, but simply struggles to do so. And Paul notices and quickly needs to go back to Plan B and calling for a powerful tailwind, and all of a sudden Hanzo flaps its powerful wings and commanding a huge wind to come, and doesn't seem to do nothing at all, leaving us confused. Even more confused as Hanzo is simply knocked out as it finally ran out of steam, leaving Paul to return Hanzo here. And Ash is quite confused, knowing he should know that Paul and that Hanzo has one more move on him, and he used a move that recently does nothing, which leaves him confused. But Paul simply grins at Ash and sending out the Pokemon that he felt sorry throughout, but this time he's feeling indifferent as Paul sends out a Monkfono to battle. As Ash knows, letting Grotto continue on for this longer might be a bad idea, as Ash finally decides to recall Grotto for good for this and sending out Breezer to battle. As Ash commands for Breezer to use a powerful Aqua Jet, hoping for some bit of damage, but to its surprise, Monkfono seems to move frighteningly speed, landing a powerful power-up punch and gets Breezer to be shocked by the sudden speed and allowing for Monkfono to do another power-up punch directly towards Breezer, getting it to be surprised but quickly continues on the battle with a powerful water punch directly to Monkfono, but Monkfono seems to take the damage quite well and leaving him to continue on the battle with a powerful flamethrower, which Breezer tries to avoid it, but to its surprise, the flamethrower suddenly gets much faster as it forces Lee to take the damage full on. And Ash's question is, how is Monkfono getting the surge of speed all of a sudden? Does he know so that he doesn't remember seeing Monkfono being this way? And quickly realizes the last move that Hanzo did tell with. It simply knows it's increasing Monkfono's speed up twice as much, as Monkfono is now the fastest Pokemon here, leaving Weasel to be disadvantaged here, and forcing Weasel to do something else, trying to use a powerful Ice Punch, but unfortunately Monkfono seems to counter with a powerful Power Punch, but quickly joins back with a powerful Flame Wheel, as Monkfono simply spin itself to a powerful wheel and Ash quickly to counter it with a powerful Sonic Boom, but unfortunately the Sonic move doesn't seem to get Monkfono's nerves and continues on and slamming all of its body weight directly at Breezer, as Breezer, even though it's a water, could resist the fire type, and unfortunately Monkfono seems to building up, leaving Ash to know what it is, but he's not even in Blaze yet, and is doing so much damage, leaving Ash to be a bit scared here. And once Monferno is getting power and powerful thanks to Power Punch, and this time uses its dig here and quickly digs directly to Breezer, allowing it to land a powerful hit, leaving Breezer to be knocked out here, leaving Ash hoping his only counter to Monferno has been taken down quickly fastly, leaving Paul to be smiling at the sight. As Ash simply recalls Breezer looking its Pokeball and back Inferno, and Ash simply isn't down yet. This is far from over calling from Paul as he sends a Bronzong to battle. And once the referee continues the battle, Ash commands for Bronson to do a powerful psychic attack, but to its surprise, Monferno not only took the damage pretty well and still gets up, leaving Ash confused. He should have, even though he knows that it wouldn't be enough to knock off Monferno, he expected to do much more than all of a sudden Monferno appears to be some sort of light and quickly realizes light screen has finally faded thanks to Electrobot, and Ash quickly realized throughout the battle, Paul's Pokemon has been taking his powerful attacks pretty easy thanks to Light Screen. But right now, Ash doesn't need to worry because it seems like Light Screen seems to wear off. But that's the problem. Ash is going to have a harder time facing off Paul's other Pokemon who hasn't really taken much damage. Besides Torterra really, but Ash doesn't give up as he commands for Bronson to use a powerful heavy slam, which unfortunately for Ash, Monferno seems to easily move out of the way and landing a powerful power-up punch directly on Bronson, but this doesn't get Bronson to be quite fast like Breezer, but instead launching a powerful confusion here, which does get Monferno to be confusing, not knowing where it is, and tries to use Power Punch but accidentally hurts itself, and this simply is getting angered, and Paul knows this pretty well, knowing Monferno for a long time, knowing when and how Monferno is entering, but Paul doesn't want this to happen just yet, which forces Paul to recall Monferno, leaving Ash to be confused as Paul simply sends out Tech to battle. And perhaps for the first time in the battle, both trainer doesn't have the type advantage, meaning this is out of pocket field here, but this doesn't let for both the trainers to give up that easily, as Paul commands for Tech to use Hammer on to Bronzong, and Ash commands for powerful heavy slam as the two move colliding with one another, but unfortunately for Bronzong, Tech is using a powerful fighting type which does push the Metal Pokemon back and allowing Tech to use a powerful Shadow Butter as well. But luckily, Bronzong seems to get the Shadow Ball off its back by using Psychic to burst it and landing a powerful Psychic attack to Tech here, which forces Paul to use a move that wouldn't do too much but hoping to do some sort of critical damage by using a powerful slash attack, which Bronzong simply easily resists and landing a powerful heavy slam. As Usher Ring is getting angered by the sweat and pushes through the pain by using a powerful hammer on, and this time Bronzong is quite feeling it, and Ash knows that he's facing up against Inferno and Usher Ring here, and not wanting to let his most tankiest Pokemon to go down, he simply calls and sending out Staraptor back in battle, and this time Ushering tries to use a powerful hammer on trying to hit it, but unfortunately for Ushering, the pair weight seems to calm down, meaning it no longer has the speed advantage, which gets started the advantage here and using a powerful close combat, and the super effective move is critically hurting Becky so far to the point that it still couldn't process what just happened and struggles to get up as Staraptor simply lets a powerful brain wall, allowing it to knock out Ushering here, leaving Paul to be knocked out with another Pokemon. But Paul isn't too worried as he calls for Ushering, then calls back in Electrobot, and this time Paul doesn't waste any time by using a powerful thunder. As Staraptor tries to get out of the blast, but unfortunately Staraptor is a bit tired after learning powerful moves back to back, not to mention Close Combat he's no longer as defensive as before, letting Staraptor to get hit by powerful thunder as Staraptor is knocked out by electric buzz. And Ash has no other choice but to send out Grottle again, but however Paul doesn't attempt Electrobus to continue their battle and instead recalls Electrobus and sending out a Monferno as the two Pokemon simply stare one another. As it seems like these two some sort of have an unspoken rivalry, which Ash is quite excited but a bit scared what might happen. Will it happen with Monferno activating Blaze, or does Paul have another strategy that he isn't aware? But Ash doesn't need to worry as he commands for Grotto to use the strongest move with a powerful Earth power as Grotto slams its feet and allowing the Earth to do all of its work for him as the Earth simply bursts underneath Monferno doing major damage. But unfortunately the doesn't get Monferno to be back up off whatsoever and landing a powerful flamethrower directly and with a momentum by his side as Monferno uses Dig to underground. Unfortunately, that's a big mistake for Paul to use, as actually he calls for another off power but twice as strong, and unfortunately this gives Monferno to be even more damage from off power, twice more powerful, as this does get Monferno to be on the ground for a moment, thinking Ash is one here, but all of a sudden Monferno's sister simply glows with anger and with rage, and all of a sudden Ash is not feeling calm whatsoever, as well as having the biggest grin on his face, as Monferno simply crawls back to his feet and this time activating its full power blaze here, as the monkey Pokemon seems going on a rampage by using the most strongest flame wave that Ash has ever seen, as Monferno goes into a ball, then quickly slams its whole body weight to Grotto, and Grotto tries to dodge away but knows that he can't and tries to start with energy ball after energy ball, but nothing, and I mean nothing, seems to stop this Dracanger from hitting its target, and once it knows it doesn't have any more energy, Grotto simply accepts its fate and Monferno seems to slam its whole body and Grotto is seems to cover in scorch mode, pretty much defeated as Monferno like a wild monkey in a bloodthirst wanting more and hurry up for Ash to send out his next Pokemon. And Ash is a bit worried at this point as Ash recalls for Grotto back. But luckily Ash hasn't lost all hope because he knows for a fact that Monferno is simply exhausted at this point because Blaze is eating up its stamina, meaning Ash can knock out Monferno as Ash has his own firepower as he sends out Magmortar to battle as his huge fire Pokemon in the battle as he shoots its flames from its arm ready for the huge battle, and Monferno seems to grin, including Paul, because they are pretty much out waiting for Ash's fire Pokemon to be up, and not to mention it's much stronger, which gets both of them a bit excited, a bit too much perhaps, as the two fire Pokemon tries to outpace one another with a powerful flamethrower, but unfortunately Monferno, even in his strongest momentum in Blaze, it still couldn't outmatch with Magmortar's second arm, meaning Magmortar has two flamethrowers directly compared to Monferno's one, allowing Magmortar to have a more advantage than Ash thought he might have, and allowing Magmortar to use a powerful Thunder Punch as Monferno tries to use a powerful Thunder Punch. Unfortunately, Magmortar's huge size is a bit too much for Inferno and allowing for powerful Thunder Punch to collide. And not only that, this does allow for Magmortar to use another Rock Slide, trying to trap Monferno, but unfortunately the monkey Pokemon goes wide as this getting attacked more and more and getting more stronger thanks to Blaze. And this allows for Monferno to climb all the way from the rock side and jump off the rocks, allowing it to have some sort of momentum and using a powerful flame wheel to Magmortar. But Magmortar simply clutches and simply stops the momentum and then slam it down with a powerful flamethrower directly, leaving Monferno to have a blurry vision, seemingly almost knocked out. But even though Paul thinks it might be done for Monferno and seemingly ready to pull out his Pokeball, but all of a sudden the Monferno simply roars, which gets everyone caught up, and Monferno seems to give the other fire type Pokemon a death glare, and it simply roars, refusing to lose ever again. It doesn't want to lose ever again. And its blaze simply pushes its evolution once again, allowing it to evolve into a powerful Infernape, which is much more powerful than its previous evolution. And not only that, is in its most powerful moment in Blaze here, glowing magma hard. Even Magmortar being a fire type could actually be getting a bit hotter from it, and Monferno simply goes for a powerful flare blitz as it simply goes into some sort of wall and using it's the strongest fire type move ever in a Pokemon rule as it simply clashes Magmortar and simply knocking out, leaving Ash to be quite speechless and quickly realizes that there's no other Pokemon that could stop Infernape. He only has two Pokemon left, one which is quite weak to a fire type and one Pikachu, the Pokemon they started off, but he quickly realizes that Pikachu and hasn't even sent it out, meaning Pikachu is fully rested, meaning Ash might have a chance as he sends out Bronzong here to battle, knowing that he just needs to slow down just enough. In fact, that it does push Infernape to its very limit, but unfortunately, because of Infernape's sheer will, and unfortunately, this does lead it to knock off Bronzong here, leaving no other choice for Ash to put all his hope against Pikachu, as Pikachu is sent out in battle, and the two Pokemon exchanges a powerful power punch and a powerful iron attack, as luckily Monferno is no longer the fastest Pokemon yet, leaving Pikachu to be the fastest, allowing it to do some chip damage over and over again, allowing it to use powerful quick attacks after quick attacks, and then once it gets close enough, gets on its back as Monferno struggles to grab the mouse Pokemon and landing a powerful Thunderbolt, cutting Infernape in the spark, as this does get two Pokemon to get exhausted, but unfortunately Infernape is much more tired than Pikachu, as Ash expecting for Paul to call a one last ditch effort, but to his surprise Paul simply doesn't want that to happen and recalling Infernape and sending out Torterra, and this time Pikachu is having a difficult time. Not two of its weak could not touch Torterra thanks to its ground typing, and forces for Pikachu to do some tricky ways to topple over the giant Pokemon with quick attacks and Iron Tail, but unfortunately, once Pikachu lands a powerful Iron Tail, Torterra simply clutches onto Pikachu's Iron Tail and simply forces never wanting to let go, as Pikachu simply struggles, as Torterra simply lifts up his head and slamming into it to the ground and are launching a powerful earthquake as Pikachu is caught by the strongest ground type move, leaving Pikachu to be knocked out here. And Ash is quite devastated, falling both knees, realizing that he stood no chance against Paul. And Paul casually just returns to Terra and just walks past Ash and just mentioned that only Ash could hear, that not even Brock and Don could hear. Ash, you came so far and only to lose to me. And you need to realize this whole time that my method has always been right. And because of that, you have never could even get Infernape to be knocked out, meaning your method of training is weaker compared to mine, as Paul just simply walks off. Once Sinnoh is severely wounded from Infernape's close combat, as Paul decides that he's had enough of this and tries to wrap it up with a powerful flare blitz as Infernape in blaze mode is turning into a small ball by slamming it all force to Sinnoh, and Candace's Pokemon is literally knocked out from the super effective move as Candace simply recalls her Pokemon and she has now personally never felt so one-sided in a Pokemon battle with this particular trainer, and she is the youngest and she wants to present Paul in a polite manner, but again Paul just simply grabs it and remarks that even though she is a tougher gym leader than previous one that he fought, but Kenneth is clearly a very young gym leader and shown it, and Paul isn't impressed by it as Paul just rudely just walk away and not impressed in his battle, and it wasn't even a warm-up for most of his Pokemon. As Paul continued on his journey, it's clearly ever since Montferno evolved into Infernape, Paul is continuously using Infernape in almost every battle that Paul is across other trainers, to the point where it's becoming Paul's strongest ace in his party, even putting down Electabuzz in few cases that Infernape simply wipes through. And because of that, Electabuzz seems to be now back down in the pecking order, as Infernape is establishing itself to be the more dominant Pokemon in Paul's group here. And Electabuzz doesn't seems to doesn't like that because this Garant used to be the weakest of the Impulse party and now is becoming a top priority in the team, and Electabuzz it seems to get a little nervous but most importantly quite angered, and because of this Electabuzz tries to make a big fight over it, but until it quickly mistaken that Infernape is no longer the same Pokemon that he thought of, because Infernape is no longer trying to stop himself from battling Electabuzz, and because that Infernape is becoming a much more aggressive Pokemon, Infernape doesn't hold back and actually attacks Electabuzz to the point where Boss has to stop it to from stopping Infernape from attacking Electabuzz, and Infernape is simply glaring at Electabuzz, don't ever try to mess with me again, as Infernape is going back to his training regimen with the other Pokemons, and Electabuzz seems to be in a quite angered motion, and Paul is saying that Electabuzz seems to be very angry and he wants to let all his frustrations out. And so Paul came to Electabuzz and simply asked, "Would you like to wanting to evolve?" And without ever hesitation, Electabuzz seems to take that. And the next day, as Infernape is in a practice battle with Torterra, and Infernape is getting warm up, but unfortunately, Chimchar seems to having enough with his training, and Infernape is quite angered by it, so he just goes back to hitting the rocks until his close combat is somewhat improved until he gets struck by a Thunderbolt, and Electabuzz imagine it's probably Electabuzz again trying to mess with him again until Electabuzz is replaced from the small Electabuzz into a much more giant Yeti, and the giant Yeti just taunts Infernape, and this becomes a huge brawl, and Paul is just watching the side to want to see if these two are really trying to bring out the best parts or actually trying to kill each other, and so we fade away to a different perspective. As Ash is in Canada trying to recover from the devastating loss, but luckily in the region he's finally get his confidence back and vows to beat Paul no matter what, and trying to train twice as harder the next time they meet. As Ash, just like in the original episode, will go pretty similarly where Ash would meet Barry, but for some strange reason, unlike the anime, Paul isn't there. So meeting Ash wouldn't battle Paul, but he would have battled Barry. But that's not important until we get to the episode where Ash battles Faulkner for the badge. But unexpectedly, Faulkner isn't inspired to battle and just giving away the gym badge. And Ash, is quite upset by this and actually wants a proper challenge from the gym leader. That until his friend Blame tries to encourage Faulkner by actually battling Ash onto if Ash could get him excited as Ash faces Blame here. Flint in a 3-on-3 as Flint sends out Infernape and Ash is kinda taken back even though this isn't exactly the same Infernape that Ash fought with Falls once. But Ash is still watching over Flint's Pokemon because Ash is facing up a very tough Pokemon in Elite Four nonetheless. Regardless, Ash decided to send out a counter with Blizzard, but unfortunately just like the original, even though Blizzard is at first at a good position with using power moves like Aqua Jet and Water Pulse, but Infernape is in a whole different Pokemon entirely, as Infernape just simply puts it down with powerful Flare Blitz. As Ash is returning back to Blizzard, and he decides that he's gonna fight fire with fire. It's Ash out Magmortar to battle, as Ash at first thinking that fire might be solve the answer, but unfortunately, even though Magmortar is a significant stronger Pokemon, Flint's Infernape still managed to put down major damage against Magmortar. Even though Magmortar's rock type moves like rock type should put it in a position where it could use its Thunder Punch, but unfortunately Infernape just countered with its close combat, allowing for Infernape to directly hit Magmortar when it depleted, meaning that Ash is knocked out with other Pokemon, and Ash is forcefully has to send out a Pokemon, but weirdly, even though it's a bad choice at first, but Ash has a strange feeling in sending out Grotto, and everyone is quite surprised Ash's choice, but Flynn it seems to be excited. They're thinking that Ash might have something crazy, as Flynn commands for Infernape to use a power flamethrower, everyone expected for Grotto to be involved with it, but surprisingly Grotto seemed to took the flame and actually surprised Infernape just a little enough for Grotto to land a powerful earth power, and during the process of this battle, Grotto is doing surprisingly well, and Ash has been saying out loud the two has been doing some real training ever since the battling with forces in Infernape, and decided that Grotto's weakness with fire might be the problem, so Ash and Grotto decides to try to get Grotto to resist fire attacks which with the help of Magmortar, which allows Grotto to handle the heat much more better. But unfortunately, Ash and Grotto is still facing up against the Elite Four mental Flint, and once Flint gets his crit grouping back on, allowing Infernape to use a powerful flamethrower. But then everyone expected for Grotto to be finally out for its amazing performance, suddenly its ability overgrowth forces its evolution to evolve into Torterra, but Torterra's amazing power allows it to use a brand new move for causing a powerful earthquake, slamming the whole area in rumbles, and this might actually got Infernape to stumble a little. In so fact, it almost got it to be knocked out, but unfortunately, Infernape managed to hit much more harder the powerful flare blitz, and unfortunately, Torterra is knocked out from this. But surprisingly, Faulkner even sees Ash's great performance facing up against an opponent that he thought he might never win, but Ash gave it all his heart against Faulkner to get him motivated to battle. And because of that, Ash and Faulkner will have their proper battle. And after a few days worth, as Ash and Faulkner meet as they wait for the referee. As Ash and Wagner waiting for the referee to commence the battle, as Wagner being the gym leader will obviously send out the first Pokemon, sending out his Raichu that's been standing by, and Ash kind of expected that, so he has a perfect counter, but secretly wanting to keep his secret weapon until Wagner's powerful Pokemon. Ash decided to send out his toughest Pokemon to battle, sending out Magmortar to battle. And once the battle begins, immediately Raichu uses its higher speed to its advantage by using its move agility, allowing Raichu to be much more faster than the average Raichu and easily circling around Magmortar in circles, but Ash doesn't turn away from this and commanding for Magmortar to crash down Raichu with a powerful rock tomb, as Magmortar commands a powerful rock tomb from the sky, and this does seem to chip away Raichu a bit because it could not avoid most of the rocks falling over, but isn't enough to turn away from the mouse Pokemon, as Wagner simply commands for a powerful Thunderbolt, as Raichu has a perfect clear shot at Magmortar, allowing it to do some real damage to Magmortar, but Magmortar, being a very tough Pokemon, doesn't go down that easy, and simply is quite angered by this and plans to use a powerful flamethrower, using its second arm for a second blast, as Raichu, even though it's quite fast, but as Magmortar having a second arm allowing it to use twice flamethrower doesn't allow for Raichu to move to avoid most of the damage. As Wagner simply commands for Raichu to charge forward, and this gets Ash to be quite taken aback by that, thinking that Wagner wants to take the attack far away as possible, but Raichu is simply charging again towards Magmortar, and thanks to its move from the agility, allowing Raichu to catch up to Magmortar's up close and landing a powerful break by landing a vicious tail attack from Magmortar, but it doesn't tap towards the fire Pokemon and simply plan for another Thunder Punch directly towards Raichu at the side, and this to simply stop for a moment until Raichu continue on circling around Magmortar through rocks and to underneath its feet to land a powerful Thunderbolt. This does seem to do a lot of damage, and Ash isn't sure what to do because even though Magmortar could easily get the Raichu knocked out of the battle, but if he can't land attack, it's going to be a very difficult situation. And so Ash has a brilliant idea that just might be crazy, so he commands for Magmortar for a rock tomb, as Magmortar this time sends more rocks, but unfortunately Raichu is still catching on its attack pattern and allowing it to avoid most of the damage, but to its surprise Magmortar isn't trying to move on, which gets Wagner a bit odd, but doesn't matter because he commands for Raichu to do a powerful thunder, and this time the thunder seems to strike through at Magmortar, but to Wagner's surprise Magmortar isn't taking the damage and simply grits it on, and this time landing a powerful thunder punch directly towards Raichu, as this move seems to knock out Raichu, making everyone quite shocked by this, including Wagner. He didn't expect for Magmortar to produce so much electricity, even though he's not even electric type, and quickly realized, flashing back as Magmortar has used its second arm to the ground so that it doesn't fully get all the electric damage from it and planting to the ground, and it's charged and is using the thunder to charge out Thunder Punch directly towards Raichu, which is quite clever for Ash's part, but unfortunately once Wagner returns Raichu, as he's gonna send a Pokemon that Ash has really never seen, perhaps once but rarely, as Wagner seems to send out Rotom, but this Rotom seems to be very different, taking a form of a washing machine, as Ash is pull out the Pokédex, seeing that it's clearly a Rotom, but it's still very differently, and it's very clear that why Wagner chose this particular Rotom, as he commands for Rotom Wash to command for a powerful Hydro Pump. Luckily Magmortar managed to react him by countering it with a Thunder Punch because the attack is too large for it to avoid that attack, but it still took serious damage, and as if Magmortar takes one more hit then it's nearly knocked out, as Wagner simply commands for Rotom to plan a swallow, as this gets Ash to be quite taken aback because he remembers that same move that Richie did to him a few months ago with this swallow, and realizing that this is perhaps Wagner's most focused Pokemon, and because Ash can't allow this to get all of his health back, and trying to knock it out as fast as possible by commanding for powerful sun by a flamethrower, but unfortunately Rotom seems to counter the flamethrower with a powerful Hydro Pump, and unfortunately Magmonster is overwhelmed and simply knocked out from the attack, leaving Ash one Pokemon out of KO from the battle as Ash recalls Magmonster and feeling a bit risky, but knowing that he has one Pokemon that could take out a tanky Pokemon if that tanky Pokemon never lets it, as Ash sends out Frost Slash to battle. Once Froslass is sent out for battle, as the battle begins and Wagner isn't wasting any time and planning for a powerful Hydro Pump, but unlike Magmortar, Froslass seems to be a much more speedier Pokemon compared to the Fire type. Ash has been training with Froslass, and Ash knows what Froslass is capable of, but this is their first time having a real battle, so there might be a slight disadvantage on their part, but Froslass being a very experienced Pokemon, as she has a previous trainer, meaning that she is well adapted, but not towards Ash particularly, because Ash is a very different compared to her other trainer. But luckily, Froslass managed to dodge out of the way and summon a huge hail, covering the battlefield with snow. And Wagner is taken aback by this, but isn't too worried because his Rotom is the most tankiest Pokemon that he has, and even though Hail might do some shit damage, but it won't be enough to take out Rotom, as he commands for Rotom to boost up his defense by using Swallow, as Rotom seems to bulk up, and it seems like this Hail is doing some shit damage, but not drastically, while Froslass on the other hand, being an ice type, isn't too affected from the and actually loves the environment that it just created, and Rocket isn't having enough of this and commanding for powerful Thunderbolt, but to its surprise, Froslass doesn't even attempt to do much effort by dodging the way, as it simply faded in the hill and appeared right in front behind it, shocking Wagner and trying to command for Rotom to get back, but unfortunately Froslass lands a powerful Shadow Ball, doing some good amount of damage, and Rotom quickly turns around, planning for a Hydro Pump, but this previously is repeatedly like the previous time, because Froslass simply fade away, simply avoiding attack entirely. And once Ash calls for a Blizzard, as Froslass with 100, this move in the hell is nowhere it could miss, and planning a powerful Blizzard towards Rotom. Luckily, it's a water type, meaning it should be resisting some of the damage, but unfortunately, the Blizzard is a very powerful ice type move, which simply puts Rotom in a critical state, but luckily Wagner just commands for Rotom to swap. The previous stock-up has been building up Rotom and commanding for Swallow, as Rotom is simply fully back to health, letting his ashes as thinking this is quite annoying. He's not sure how well it's going to last, because he knows that Froslass's hell wouldn't last forever, and Ash needs to quickly end this once and for all, and commanding for a powerful Blizzard once again. And Water isn't going to get a hit, as he commands for Rotom to use a powerful Hydro Pump, but on the ground, allowing it the one place where Froslass couldn't hit from the sky, as Rotom is very high up on the ceiling, and clearly from the high sky point you could see Froslass, and Voltor commands for a powerful Thunderbolt, as this drastically hits Froslass majorly, but luckily Froslass managed to shake off the damage and landing for a powerful Shadow Ball, and this move does actually do some side effect, as the Shadow Ball seems to lower its special defense, as Ash and Froslass notice, and Ash taking the advantage from the lower set, commanding for a powerful Blizzard, and this time Rotom's defense is no longer there, and it's just even lower, as this attack managed to win Froslass from the battle, forcing Wagner to return Tom Wash and sending out Luck straight to battle. As Frost is ready to continue on the battle as Ash commands for a blizzard, but Ash immediately notices the blizzard isn't as strong and noting it's actually not as powerful because it's not as a larger attack as Lakshya managed to dodge out the way, and Ash noticed that he seems to finally stop and immediately Farsight in a very ghostly material figure suddenly is as Lakshya could clearly see it once again, and its ability and Wagner simply explained its Frost's ability Snow Cloak, allowing her to increase her ability to dodge more attack, and because that she heavily relies on her, which makes her much more vulnerable for attack. But Ash won't let that happen as Ash commands for Shadow Ball, but unfortunately Luxray easily dodged it away and simply charged in for a powerful wild charge, and Frostbite desperately tries to attack Luxray with a powerful blizzard, but unfortunately it can't simply hit Roxy as it darts around the battlefield and taking the form like the similar strategy as Raichu, but this time the Luxray seems to be much more powerful and squarely hits against Frostrat as it does major damage, and Frostrat desperately tries to use a powerful blizzard, which does manage to hit Luxray, but it partially frozen its lower leg, but not full, fully frozen as Luxray attempts to break itself as Frostlight does give her the chance to land a powerful Shadow Ball, but unfortunately once it does hit Luxray, it's revealed that Frostlight seems to have Luxray from the ice, allowing Luxray to charge full forward with a powerful crunch attack, and this super effective move allowing Luxray to defeat Frostlight easily. As Ash returns Frostlight to her Pokeball, as Ash has one more Pokemon left, but luckily he has a secret weapon that should put down Wagner as he sends out Torterra to battle. But even though Wagner is facing up against a Pokemon which has a good advantage over Luxray, but he won't give up that easy as he was inspired by Ash's previous battle with his best friend Blaze, as he commands for Luxray to quickly charge in for powerful crunch attack, but Ash quickly commands for Torterra to recently use his newest move recently by commanding for a rock slide as Torterra summons rocks from the top and it doesn't seem to be hitting Roxy. It's actually is controlling Roxy to the point where Ash specifically wanted to as Roxy is tackling front of it, which Faulkner immediately recognized and tries to call for Luxray to retreat, but unfortunately Luxray is in a trap from Ash and Torterra as Torterra launches a powerful Giga Drain, which is zapping away some of Luxray's health here. Even though Ash thinks that he should be winning, should be a victor by now, but unfortunately Luxray used a powerful Ice Fang, and this time it does 4 times effect against Torterra, forcing it to let go, which means the both of them exchange pretty good damage to each other, but knowing the two will refuse to go down that easily, as Ash is not holding back anymore, and constantly telling Torterra to command for a powerful earthquake as Torterra slams its huge hand towards the ground, and Akshay just simply couldn't avoid from the earthquake and forced to take it on, but it doesn't seem to stop. It seems to charge forward and attempting to use a wild charge, which forces Ash to be in bizarre. If he knows that Wagner that move wouldn't affect Torterra in any sort of way, but unfortunately for Ash, Luxray is using the wild charge to boost its speed, allowing it to get Torterra off guard as it simply shuts down wild charge and landing for a powerful Ice Fang, as this does major damage to Torterra, but luckily Torterra seems to shake it off as he did manage to send Luxray in the air, and Ash commands for a powerful energy ball, and Torterra charges the most strongest energy ball that it could muster, landing towards Luxray, and unfortunately for Wagner, being the toughest gym leader in Sinnoh, but unfortunately he couldn't overcome Ash's Torterra, as Torterra is the victor yet standing tall over Luxray, giving Ash the final 8 badge that he needs. Once Ash has defeated all 8 gyms in the Sinnoh Ridge. Ash is qualified for the Sinnoh League. After a few days of worth of special extra training, and Ash and the rest of the year manage to reach to the league, where Ash is about to finally approach his final challenge. As just like in the original, as Ash is planning on using all of his older Pokemon, inspired by Paul and the previous league that he previously did, especially in Hoenn. He thought that using only his Hoenn Pokemon really soured his chance of winning, but this time Ash is determined to use every Pokemon on hand, which Ash will be showcasing after his first opponent with Nanado, and everything in that battle plays out the same, and I think it makes sense for Ash to use the Pokemon that he had in that particular battle. Everything plays out the same, but for a specific battle for Paul versus Barry, as that one goes much more differently than expected. As Paul and Barry patiently wait for the referee to begin, and the referee calls out for the battle to begin. As Barry faces Paul begins in a exciting way, as Barry decided he's gonna send out a defensive one by sending out Skarmory to battle, and Paul looking over the Pokemon he has on him, is he just simply slapped and decided on sending out his most strongest infamous Pokemon Infernape to battle, and Barry hearing the rumors about Paul's Infernape is kinda sweating a bit and actually a bit scared from it, but not to worry, even though Skarmory is a steel type, but his flying type should keep Inferno a bit off, and especially what Barry is aiming for. And once the referee begins the battle, as Barry he could immediately commands for Skarmory to set up a spike, as Skarmory is shooting out spikes throughout the battle and hoping this will help him in the long game Barry to himself, but unfortunately this doesn't seem to stop Paul or hesitate, as Paul simply commands one move, Flamethrower, as Infernape without hesitation begins to envelop Skarmory with a huge flame, as Skarmory is taken directly with a major damage, but somehow still standing, and Paul suspects that should have knocked Skarmory, and Barry points out its Skarmory's ability study. It allows it to survive from one-shot moves that would have knocked it out, but Barry is beginning to panic a bit inside because Skarmory is pretty much one move away from being knocked out in the first few seconds of the battle, and immediately wants to get Skarmory away from Inferno by trying to get some pressure away by using a powerful S/slash trying to get Inferno back off, which does do some decent damage. Papa doesn't want Inferno to be exposed, especially if it's facing up against a foe that could take the air, as Paul simply calls for Inferno to use Dig, even though Dig itself can't even affect Skarmory, but it does get Inferno to be out of sight from Skarmory, meaning that Barry needs to guess here until Barry has an idea and commands for Skarmory to follow Inferno under the ground, and Skarmory is chasing down Inferno underground, even though it at first seems to be a bad idea, but unfortunately Inferno is facing in the down and still digging, while Skarmory is in its bag, allowing Skarmory to do some damage for free by using a powerful iron head, slamming its thick skull into the fire monkey, which screams as both Pokemon emerges out of the ground, but Inferno seems to be quite angered by this, and Paul could greatly sense it, and not wanting to waste some sort of time, as Paul calls for Inferno to use his strongest move, Blaze, as um, Flare Blitz, as Inferno turns into a ball and pretty much chases down Skarmory, and Barry desperately calling for Skarmory to get out of the way, but unfortunately Paul and Inferno have been practicing this particular move to the point where Inferno can just simply chase Skarmory while in Flare Blitz. Once Skarmory is running out of room, Inferno seems to clash on, knocking out Skarmory in the second hit, as Barry is forcing to recall Skarmory from that intense battle, and Barry is a bit scared facing up Inferno, and the worst part is he didn't do any sort of damage, and Infernape is not even in blaze mode yet, but Barry isn't scared whatsoever by sending out Emporium to battle perhaps his second counter to Infernape, but since Paul can't switch up because of the spikes that Skarmy has sent off, that's what Barry thinks to himself, but immediately Paul just recalls Infernape and sends out Electro Burst to battle, which immediately took major chip damage from the spike, and not to mention Barry is in control of this battle immediately by using a powerful hydro cannon, which Electro was forced to take on, but still catches on and as Electro simply fires with a powerful thunder, and unfortunately it doesn't seem to hit Emporium and simply gets Emporium out of the way, and then trying to use a powerful flash cannon, which Electrobus simply took it on. Being Electro type seems to resist the Steel type damage, which allows for Paul to get a upper hand by using a powerful Thunderbolt, and Barry quickly tried to fire back by a powerful drill pack as the two Pokemon clash their moves, but unfortunately Important is immediately in the backfoot as Electrobus is constantly striking Poland with powerful electric punches. Not only that, once Electrobus seems to send Apollyon into a large storm, allowing Paul to set up for Electrobus for a life stealing, and realizing Barry's special attacks wouldn't do much against Electrobus, as Barry is hesitant for Empoleon to continue on their battle, deciding for the best course to recall Empoleon and sending out Hitmonlee to battle as Barry quickly commands for Hitmonlee to use a powerful high jump kick, as Electrobus was not prepared for facing up against this Pokemon and taking the high jump kick pretty devastatingly as Electrobus struggles to stand up, but this doesn't seem to phase at all as they just command for a powerful thunder as Hitmonlee managed to roll out of the way and simply boast up with a powerful bulk, boosting its defense and attack, and this gets Paul to think a quick strategy, recalling Electrobus and sending out Ursaring to battle as the Ursaring Pokemon just simply roar, ready for the battle, and Barry is taken aback. Why would he send a normal type against a fighting? But Barry won't argue for a free win as he calls for a hit Hitmonlee to use a powerful close combat immediately, but unfortunately for Barry, Paul simply calls for a protect, which allows for Ursaring to survive the close combat that would have done so much damage, and unfortunately Hitmonlee is very up close to Ursaring, and as Paul commands for a powerful hammer arm, as Ursaring uses its two arms to slam Hitmonlee to the ground, but this does get Hitmonlee to jump out of the way, and Barry basically tries to use another high jump kick, and Paul not wanting to rely another attack because there's a chance it might fail, so Paul quickly tries to counter with a powerful slash, but unfortunately Hitmonlee, being a fighting type, managed to overpower Ursaring and managed to strike the attack, allowing Barry again to even try for another high jump kick, and again this does seems to injure Ursaring for a second time, which actually wobbles its feet until Barry gets a bit cocky and commands for a powerful blast kick as Hitmonlee emblazes its legs with a fire and allowing for Hitmonlee to hit Ursaring with a powerful kick, and not only that, it seems to land a burn as Ursaring is in a burn as Barry is thinking to himself this is a good chance to knock out Paul's Pokemon, but unfortunately Paul seems to smart because Barry has no idea he just activates Ursaring's its guts ability. Once Barry constantly tries to use a close combat, but unfortunately Paul simply uses Protect once again, and this time with a power-up Ursaring commands for a powerful Hammer Arm, and this time this seems to knock out Hitmonlee as Barry is out of two Pokemons and he didn't do anything to pause his Pokemon, as Barry simply recalls Hitmonlee, and this simply beats him out slowly and sending out Empoleon to battle. As Barry commands for a powerful hydro cannon, but unexpectedly Paul simply returns to it and sending out Electro Buzz, taking the damage. And this is the last time where Light Scream is faded away finally, but it does allow for Electro Buzz to survive the attack, allowing it to pretty much switch freely, but unfortunately still gets damage from spikes. But unfortunately, even though Barry is desperately gonna have a fight for his life, but unfortunately, since Paul is sending out his toughest Pokemon, Electrobus simply overwhelms Empoleon with a powerful Thunder Punch and Thunders, which knocks out Barry's last Pokemon out of the league, giving Paul the big victory here, with no losses on his end. After just witnessing Paul just completely bulldozes Barry's team as Ash's weakness Paul without even giving a switches destroyed Barry, and Ash even noticed that Paul has becoming much more stronger the last time they meet, and Ash could confidently say this is the strongest rival that Ash has ever met. And unfortunately, Ash is going to have to still climb up the ranks in order to qualify, as Ash finds out he's going to face Conway and setting up a team to counter Conway, as Ash would have used Larry and Torterra, and since Ash doesn't have Infernape, he will probably use Magmortar. Just like in the original, Ash decided to change his team entirely for their next battle, as Ash and Conway wait for the referee to call on the battle. As Ash vs Conway begins, as Conway has set up a perfect team to counter Ash after pretty much spying on Ash, but unexpectedly Ash simply sends out Dolphin to battle, and it's one of Ash's Pokemon that Conway really didn't expect, but that won't get Conway's head a bit because he is a genius after all, and sending out a very defensive one by sending out Shocker to battle. And once the battle begins, as Ash comments for a powerful rollout, it's already clear that Shocker it just simply goes to its shot and simply took the damage with no issue whatsoever, and Conway hasn't even calling out the move, and quickly realizing that Ash needs to try something much more harder, but unfortunately Conway simply calls for Iron Defense to boosting its attack, its defense drastically, and Ash after a few tries on rollouts after rollouts and beginning to realize that there's nothing that Dolphin could possibly get through that Shocker's defense, and Conway simply commands for a powerful power trip, and immediately Shocker's moves, its attack and defense are simply swapped, and now Shocker can do a tremendous damage because of it, and Conway's commands for a powerful jail ball as desperately calls for Dolphin to do a powerful rollout as the two Pokemon collide, and unfortunately even though Dolphin is larger, but unfortunately Shocker's defect is way too high as Shocker just powers through, as this does get the Dolphin to try to shake off its nerve, and this is getting S2 quite a bit and trying to recall Dolphin back to the Pokeball, and Conway is thinking this is great, if I could just get Ash to call all of his Pokemon and trying to take out one of mine, it should be easy for me. But unexpectedly, Ash calls for a Pokemon that Conway didn't honestly thought that Ash would pull out, as Ash simply sends out Frost Slash to battle. As the ghost Pokemon floats in the air waiting for the trainer to call out the move, and this won't shock Conway whatsoever, and calls for another Gyro Ball, but Ash simply commands for Frost Slash to hide, and Frost Slash seems to disappear, which Shocker has to stop just to look around where its opponent, and Conway knows he has ghost Pokemon before, but facing up against the ghost type is a different experience entirely, and Ash simply commands for Frost Slash with a powerful blizzard attack, and unexpectedly Frost Slash seems to appear in behind Shocker, and Conway simply tries to get Shocker's attention by this student, as Frost Slash simply launches the powerful blizzard in point blank, which immediately throws Shocker and Conwell has no way for Shocker to get out of the ice, and since Shocker couldn't retreat back to its shell, allowing Ash to finish off Shocker with a Shadow Ball, as Force Slash simply commands for powerful ghostly energy, striking Shocker, knocking it out, which is the first loss that Conway is having, but he's not too worried whatsoever. He still has a counter for Frostlight and sending out Licky Licky to battle, and immediately the two Pokemon seems to be even until Conway commands for a powerful Power Whip, and immediately Licky Licky uses its long elastic tongue to swipe Frost Slash, but even though it's not much effective against an ice type, it doesn't stop for Frost Slash to be quite annoyed by this because she doesn't like being a lady, of course, as Fortnite begins to be quite mad against Licky Licky, and this is where Licky tries to use a powerful Thunderbolt, and this simply is overwhelming Frostlash to the point where Ash realizes that Frostlash heavily relies on its ability to move away from most attacks. Quickly realizes that he doesn't have time for Frostlash to set up a hill, as Ash simply recalls Frostlash, and Ash is quickly reminded why Frostlash needs a certain way on battle, so Ash simply decides to send out Noctowl to battle, as Noctowl simply uses its air capability to its advantage, as Licky Licky tries to strike Noctowl with a power whip. Unfortunately, its tongue has a reach limit, and Conway desperately calls for a move that could harm Noctowl with a powerful Thunderbolt, but unfortunately, Noctowl seems to manage to move out of the way and uses its psychic powers like accessory to lift out Licky Licky into the ground and slamming it to the ground, which does seems to knock out Licky Licky. And Conway desperately is having one more Pokemon left, but luckily it's the best Pokemon as Conway sends out Darksnarl to battle, and Conway immediately calls from Darksnarl to use Trick Room, and at first it doesn't seem to do nothing, but Ash tries to quickly put it down with a powerful SF, but quickly notice Noctowl is doing so much slower compared to Conway, which as he commands for Darksnarl to use a powerful Dark Pulse, which immediately shoot out from Darksnarl's palms together, striking Noctowl without warning, and Ash is quickly realizing what Trick Room does, but unfortunately it simply is too late as Darksnarl simply uses another Dark Pulse to knock out Noctowl, having no other choice as Ash sends out Dolphin to battle, and this time Dolphin seems to have an actual Pokemon that could do damage with a powerful rollout and Storm afterwards, but unfortunately Penny can't even build up the full damage from rollout, and the Ash desperately tries to use its strongest move with a powerful Earthquake, but unfortunately as Darkskull seems to be a very high defense one, allowing to took the damage and using a powerful Shadow Punch that directly does critical damage, and Ash once again tempted to return taunt defense until countered with a powerful Darksnarl simply used Mean Look to prevent Darkhan from switching out, meaning that Ash is gonna have a much difficult time, but unfortunately Conway simply knocks out Darkhan with a powerful Shadow Punch, leaving Ash with one more Pokemon left, and Ash sends out Frost Slash, and unfortunately, just like the rest of his Pokemon, they're just too fast for Darksnarl, meaning that on the Trick Room it's the fastest, and Conway took the full advantage by constantly overwhelming Frost Slash with powerful Shadow Punch and Dark Pulse, but luckily Ash can do one thing that he can rely on by using Hail, as Frost Slash covers the battlefield and forcing Darkskull to actually try to use its speed, as Frost seems to fade in and out through the battle, to the point where the ghost type seems to get frustrated, and to the point that Conway isn't aware about Hail, to the point where Ash doesn't need to do much because Darkskull is wasting more energy and taking chip damage from Hail, and then Ash is done holding back by commanding for a blizzard, and a frost slash appears from the snow and landing a powerful blizzard, which does not manage to counter with dark balls, but the damage is simply too much. Thanks to the power in it being held, as then Rogers managed to put down Snow with a powerful Shadow Ball, which does super effective damage, knocking out the Ghost, leaving Ash to be the victorious. Once after Ash has defeated Conway, as both trainers shook hands, and Ash is planning to spoil his Pokemon after letting Ash win and pretty much praising their Pokemon. But after Ash is spoiling his Pokemon, Ash finds out the next day who he's facing off against, and after learning a weird trainer that is using a very particular Pokemon, but Ash feels satisfied because he's more focused on the next opponent, which is Paul. As the two meet in the Pokemon Center wanting to heal up their Pokemon, as Paul and Ash just glance at each other, and without a word the two just simply split off. Ash has been talking to Professor Oak, and Professor Oak is telling us these are the things that she really wants for his upcoming battle, and Ash simply nodded as Ash grabs his Pokemon, and we go back to Paul's perspective as he's talking to his brother Reggie, and he's also conferring with Paul that, are you sure these are the Pokemon that you want to battle with Ash? And Paul just simply confidently, as Paul simply waited out until the two trainers had to step forward as they're walking past in the arena, and everyone is quite excited because, especially Dawn and Ra, because these two have been battling out ever since the start of Sinnoh, and now that it's going to end in a climactic battle as the two simply patiently wait for the referee. As Paul sends out Infernape, at the same time Ash sends out Pikachu to start the battle, as Pikachu is ready as its spot is cheeks ready for the battle, and Infernape is beating its chest as the referee calls the battle to begin, and immediately Ash is really using a powerful move, Quick Attack, trying to get Infernape caught off, but unfortunately Infernape doesn't seem to fall for it, as Infernape just simply knows where Pikachu is going towards and quickly use a powerful flamethrower to cut off Pikachu's route, and Pikachu is unfortunately running into Infernape, and this Infernape is going for powerful close combat, but all of a sudden Pikachu managed to dodge away by spinning into mid-air, and now it's behind Infernape, allowing Pikachu to strike fast with a powerful Thunderbolt, and Paul is preparing for this one as he commands for Infernape to counter with a powerful flamethrower, as the Thunderbolt seems to back off by Infernape's flamethrower. As the two move collide, it's shot to do a powerful smoke, and immediately Infernape is already in the front foot using a powerful flare blade. While Ash has to call out a Vortex to counter as the two move collide one another, making a second powerful explosion. But unfortunately, Pikachu is back off by the powerful burst, but unfortunately Infernape just simply uses it to catch itself, and now it's going to the ground and simply attacks Pikachu behind her, and the stun goes a flurry of punches with the elbow, uppercut, and the headbutt as Pikachu is sent across the battlefield like a ragdoll as Pikachu tries to catch his breath, as both trainer then calls for Iron Type and close combat, and surprisingly Pikachu managed to counter the fighting type move with every foot flag and allowing Pikachu to use Quick Attack to go underneath Infernape and catch Infernape with a powerful Thunderbolt. At this point Infernape is getting a little agitated and is getting to build up his blaze, but not at the moment because right now it's simply in frustration mode as Paul quick commands for powerful flare blades, and the Ash has the only way to counter flare blades with a powerful Vortex, but unfortunately Infernape seems to overpower the mouse Pokemon so much that it simply plant Pikachu in the wall as Infernape is simply back off from it as Pikachu struggles to get on his feet but still refuses to go down, and after realizing Infernape is in a huge advantage over Pikachu, and not to mention Pikachu is earlier, meaning that the Pikachu is going to bat throughout the battle being born, but unfortunately it doesn't let Infernape to get in anything back, as it also is static, meaning that it's going to be much more slower. And after realizing this, Ash simply recalls Pikachu back from the battle, and Pikachu quickly goes to Ash's side, and Ash is simply scratching Pikachu on the top of his head. Well done, buddy. As Ash pulls out a Pokemon. You know, Ash, after I watched you in this whole tournament, Paul said, but unfortunately, most of them aren't the level to the point where Infernape is. What makes you think the Pokemon that you battle with me in like difficulty is enough to defeat me? And Ash just simply grins as he pulls out a Pokeball. Well then, Paul, you're going to meet a Pokemon that been with for the longest time, and funny enough, its trainer was pretty like you for abusive and see it as weak, while I on the other hand see it as much more potential, but he couldn't see that. But clearly you're much more different, for but unfortunately the way how you treat your Pokemon is uncommon of you. Well, I will show you what it truly means to raise a Pokemon, as Ash simply sent out a Pokeball, and all of a sudden the red beam seems to shut down and begin emerging from the Pokeball. A large lizard reptile appeared, as it seems to be Charizard blowing up its powerful flamethrower in the air, determined to defeating anyone that it tries to meet. And Charizard reaches Infernape's glare, and Paul is seen to smoke the bed. This might be an actual challenge, as once the referee begins the battle, as Infernape quickly runs through the battlefield with a powerful blitz, but unexpectedly Charizard and Ash doesn't attempt to do anything, but once Infernape crashes into Charizard, it doesn't try, but Charizard surprisingly managed to grab on into Infernape and then leash upon a powerful wing attack close quarters, allowing it to do powerful attack towards Infernape. And Charizard isn't stopping down attack, as Charizard simply flies up to Infernape with a powerful Dragon Claw, and Paul has to quickly command for counter with a powerful, trying to attempt to parry the attack with a powerful close combat, as the two Pokemon exchange versus below close quarters, but unfortunately Infernape is still very much slower thanks to status, allowing Charizard to overwhelm Infernape with a powerful vicious slash, as Infernape is sent across the battlefield, but everyone is going silent because Infernape is beginning to lose it, because its eye is going smaller and its fist is unraveled, as Infernape's blaze on top of it begins to grow brighter. But as Ash is in charge of expecting for a huge battle, Paul simply returns Infernape, and Ash is taken aback but quickly remembers that if Paul simply returns Infernape, and Infernape can't have his frustration out, is going to make him more angry, meaning it's going to be his base is going to be much more stronger. As far this simply sends out Gastrodon to battle, as Ash wanting to keep the momentum by his side, as Ash commands for Charizard to do a powerful flamethrower, as Charizard goes in the air, taking the advantage on the different battlefield in the air and launching a powerful flamethrower towards Gastrodon, but like expected, Gastrodon seems to take the damage pretty well, and thankfully being a much more tanky Pokemon, allowing it to attack towards Charizard with a powerful Muddy Water, as Charizard is completely emerged with the water brutally doing major damage to water, but Charizard is still flying up in the air, still in the battle, as Charizard tries to cast Gastrodon with a powerful air slash, flapping its huge wings, attempting to do some damage, but Gastrodon yet again is still holding up strong, and then Paul simply commands for an ancient power, and Gastrodon is commanding huge pillars of rock and aiming towards Charizard, and Charizard density is attempting to avoid most of the attack, but unfortunately the Muddy Water seems to blind its vision, allowing a few ancient powers to be attacked Charizard, but it's super effective against it, as Charizard is struggling to fly up in the air. And not only that, Paul seems to call out Gastrodon to use her recover, as Gastrodon instantly is revolt, regaining some lost health from Charizard, and Ash desperately tries to think of something but quickly tries for a powerful Dragon Claw, attempting to do some damage while Gastrodon is trying to recover. As Charizard managed to land a critical hit with a powerful Dragon Claw, but unexpectedly Charizard is caught by a weird thing, while Ash exactly remembers that Gastrodon is using Counter Shield. As it's revealed that Paul is copying Ash's style because it works so well, and Charizard is caught from the attack as Charizard is desperately getting away some distance away from Charizard, and as realizing Charizard is beginning to breathe heavily and deciding not wanting to lose his best Pokemon, he calls Charizard, and thinking what he should approach Gastrodon, decided the best approach is to attack as fast as possible, and sending out a one counter that might do the job as Ash sends out Heracross to battle. As the referee continues on the battle, Paul and still having the advantage and still is controlling the battlefield, trying to spread the battlefield with a powerful muddy water as Gastrodon is filling the battlefield, but luckily for Ash and Heracross, Heracross is a much smaller target compared to Charizard, allowing it to weave through the text without much thought. As this allows for Heracross to get close enough for Gastrodon to the point where Heracross could land a powerful Mega Horn, and compared to Charizard attacks which mostly did not, thanks to Gastrodon resisting most of the attack, as Heracross on the other hand is one of Ash's strongest hitting Pokemon, allowing it to do some major damage towards Gastrodon, and to the point where Gastrodon is taken aback, allowing Heracross to do some powerful close combat, taking the opportunity for facing up against a slower target, and Paul is beginning to worry as he commands for Gastrodon to blast Heracross away with a powerful mud shot as Gastrodon shoots out muddy waters towards Heracross to the point where a mud shot seems to cover Heracross's eye, which is trying its best trying to clean off, but clearly is struggling so much with the fact that Heracross doesn't know where the attacks are coming, allowing for Gastrodon to land a powerful ancient power after ancient power to the point where Gastrodon is getting an army boost, increasing its stats even further and allowing for Gastrodon to attack even trying to recover from Heracross, while Ash is trying to get Heracross to stay focused as Heracross managed to stay calm. While Paul is taking the opportunity for another free hit, commanding for a powerful muddy water until Ash has an idea that he commands for Heracross to take the attack, and surprising anyone in the battlefield as Heracross is trusting its trainer, taking the damage, but unexpectedly the muddy water, even though it seems to be muddy, it's still water, allowing for Heracross to clean out its eye from the mud, allowing Heracross to see, and pretty angered by this Pokemon as Heracross simply flies up in the air using Arrow Ace to boost up its speed, attack Gastrodon multiple times, and in fact so much so it's landing trying to aim a powerful Mega Horn, and Paul desperately tries to stop it with a powerful muddy water shield, but Ash commands for Heracross to aim low, and Heracross managed to dodge most of the muddy water, but once it lands on the Mega Horn, but unfortunately it's directly underneath it, meaning it's completely missed and allowing for Gastrodon to land a powerful muddy water until Heracross simply lifts up its huge horn and a merge of brilliant power coming off of Mega Horn as Heracross releases a powerful Mega Horn, making the ground to burst with energy, and this shakingly move managed to get Gastrodon off its feet and land it very awkwardly to the point where it simply is knocked out from the match pressure from Heracross, leaving Paul his first Pokemon to be out from Heracross. Ash is feeling a bit confident to the point where Heracross is tackling Ash in perfection, but quickly gets back into battle because the battle isn't over, and Paul simply pulls out a Pokemon that should get the job done, as he sends out ninjas to battle as this is going to be a bug versus bug, and Heracross seems to be excited about it as Ash calls out for Heracross to do a powerful close combat, trying to end this as soon as possible, knowing that Heracross hasn't much left in the tank, but Ninja seems to dodge out of the way, and Paul is simply commanding for a sword stance as Ninja is doing a little damage, boosting its attack even further. And Ash knows that Ninja is going to hit hard just as powerful as Ash. The last three commands for a powerful aerial ace, but unfortunately Ninja is very a speedy Pokemon, allowing him to move away from Heracross's attack multiple times, and Paul begins to command for ninjas to do a sword dance once again. And this is weird for Ash because Paul hasn't even attempting to attack, and once Heracross tries to desperately hit her head, as ninjas once again is using sword dance to increase further until Paul simply uses commands for a ninja to use baton pass as the ninja Pokemon retreats to pass his Pokeball and then reveal another to be a powerful Drapion. And Ash is confused about the move until Ash quickly found out that this large Drapion seems to be much more slow than ninjas, but Ash is still confident he should knock out this Drapion as Ash commands for powerful close combat, but unexpectedly Drapion seems to took the damage pretty well until Drapion seems to land a powerful cross poison, and this move unexpectedly simply one-shot Heracross and send him through the battle like a ragdoll, as Heracross is the first Pokemon in his Ash's party to be knocked out. Ash knows for a fact that Heracross is very severely damaged, but not to the point where it could be in one shot, because as Ash expects, until Paul explains Ninja has been boosting her with swords, then those boosted move is passed to Drapion thanks to Pawn Pass, as Ash is facing up against a Pokemon with the highest attack boost from Ninja, as Ash isn't sure who to send out. He could try to send back into Charizard, but he's not sure if Charizard at this point is fully rested, and deciding to send out his other tougher Pokemon in the battlefield and trying to get in a defense, trying to send out a more defensive one as Ash sends out Torterra to battle as Torterra looks upon Paul and wanting some payback, and once the referee begins the battle and Ash commands for the hit as hard as possible with a powerful earthquake, and Drapion has no other choice but to take on the attack, while Paul is similarly calm and commanding for Drapion to use a powerful poison spike, as Drapion is shooting out the battlefield with poison spike, but it seemingly it does nothing at the meantime, leaving Ash confused. But unfortunately, once Torterra tries to use an energy ball direct towards Drapion, but unfortunately Drapion seems to move out of the way and land a powerful Dark Pulse aiming directly towards Torterra, putting it in a back foot, as Torterra is so taken aback by Drapion's power as it gives Drapion with a powerful cross poison, which is so effective damage towards Torterra, and once Paul is not letting anything go down, as Paul once again commands for Drapion to do a powerful cross poison. Then unexpectedly Torterra is using a powerful Giga Gem to cause Drapion because of it, allowing Torterra to regain some additional health back, as Drapion is forcing itself to get back from Torterra, which gives Torterra enough room to land a powerful energy ball as Drapion took the damage, and to this point it's a very slugfest Pokemon, launching powerful moves until one of them gets knocked out, but luckily Torterra is taking on the damage even though Drapion is boosted by Sword Stance, allowing Ash to get some momentum back until Paul simply calls a powerful Excessor, but not towards Torterra but to the ground, to enough that Drapion's Excessor managed to launch a few rocks in the air, and no one managed to land on Torterra a few times enough to get Torterra to be stunned for a moment, allowing for Drapion to do a powerful Dark Pulse, which critically hurts Torterra, as Ash tries to call out a move, as unfortunately Torterra is still flinching, allowing for Drapion with a powerful cross poison, and Victor Ash calls for a Giga Drain counter shield as Torterra opens its eyes up and commanding its Giga Drain to swirl around itself, which unfortunately powerful dragon is caught by the giant shield as it's draining into Torterra until Ash commands for a powerful earthquake as Torterra slams its huge legs into the ground as this time being a much more super effective, especially very close to Torterra, managed to knock out Champion before it becomes a menace to Ash's rest of his team. As Paul simply pulls out his hand emotionally and returns Champion back to his Pokeball. As Paul simply returns to the battlefield to Torterra and realizing Torterra might be an actual problem because he didn't expect for Torterra to grow this strong after evolving into a grotto. As Paul simply sent out his newest member in his Pokemon recently caught, sending out a powerful Metagross to battle. As resisting that Paul has a pseudo legendary Pokemon, he makes him feel nervous and looks upon Torterra, realizing Torterra took more injuries than expected, and decided that Torterra should return back to heal out. As Ash decides which Pokemon he should send out, currently he could easily send out Charizard right now, but this is a pseudo legendary Ash is talking about, so he making sure and knowing that these types of species could very hit hard, decided that Ash is not going to take this battle much more slower because he knows that Paul has some tricks on his sleeve, as Ash simply send out his biggest Pokemon, sending out Snorlax to battle, as Snorlax is waking up meeting Ash until unexpectedly Snorlax seems to be poisoned, and Ash is taken aback by this because the battle hasn't even started until Paul points out that it's the little kid things to Drapion. Every time Ash keeps switching Pokemon in the battlefield, his Pokemon will be poisoned thanks to toxic spike. As Ash realizing that his think Pokemon might be knocked out because of the poison, but luckily Ash just needs to play smart, and once the battle begins, Paul immediately wants to take control of this battle and commanding for Metagross to land a powerful bullet or punch as Metagross simply is in front of Snorlax and already did a strike across Snorlax, which pretty much unfazes Snorlax as commands for a powerful body slam, but unfortunately for Snorlax, Metagross seems to manage to dodge out of the way and landing a powerful Zen headbutt, which again seems to unface Snorlax very little, allowing for Snorlax to curl up its face and land a powerful ice punch, which pretty much does nothing towards a steel type like Metagross. And it seems like these two teams at an even footing until Snorlax feels a slight nod from the poison, and Ash is very cautious about it, but not too deterrent about it. As Paul is deciding to pick up a notch, commanding for Metagross to use agility, as Metagross is simply boosting up his speed, even though he is already dominant because of Snorlax, but it doesn't stop for commanding for powerful hammer arm, which gets Ash to respond because it's a fighting type move, and Snorlax might just feel that attack as Snorlax managed to caught on its trainer and managed to barely dodge out of the way, but then launching a powerful Shadow Ball, which does affect Metagross in some way, but unfortunately Metagross is already ready for the next attack with a powerful hammer arm, which leaves Snorlax to be feeling sore until Paul commands for another agility, boosting its speed even further as Metagross begins to land powerful bullet punch after bullet punch. To put that, Snorlax could barely react to that as Ash realizes he needs to be patient if he wants to get Metagross out, and so Metagross made a small mistake as Snorlax tries to use a powerful Zen headbutt, but at the same time Snorlax notices and timing his body slam to the point where once Metagross lands its headbutt against Snorlax, which Snorlax is already the inner body stand position, slamming its full weight against Metal Gross, and Metal Gross is feeling the attack, but unfortunately Snorlax is beginning to feel the poison, and to the point where Snorlax is getting a bit frustrated by it, and Paul begins to not stop using a powerful hammer arm after hammer arm, until Ash commands for Snorlax. This might be risky, but there's a good chance that Snorlax might be coming back as he commands for Snorlax to use Rest, as Snorlax falls back and beginning to heal itself from the attack. Not only that, it seems to heal from the poison, but unfortunately it gives Paul the opportunity to command Metrocross to do powerful hammer arms after hammer claws multiple times, forcing Snorlax to get out from that attack, but still managed to recover some health from it as Ash commands for powerful Shadow Ball, as Snorlax's only ranged move launching the powerful Shadow Ball. Unfortunately, Metrocross is simply the fastest thing, managed to move out of the way and landing for a powerful Bullet Punch until Ash managed to command a counter with a powerful Shadow Ball, which times correctly towards Metrocross's Bullet Punch, hitting the Shadow Ball, exploding up to its face. Once inaccurate, a powerful explosion covers the battlefield in smoke as Metrocross is unable to see where Snorlax is until Snorlax appears from the smoke and launching itself with a powerful body slam, slamming its full weight against Metrocross, and this seems to paralyze the legendary Pokemon. They mean its speed boost is somewhat useless at this point because once Paul commands for powerful Zen Hammer as flinch managed as the paralyzed hacks begin to get to Metrocross unable to move, giving Snorlax a powerful second body slam to the point where Metrocross is simply shaking its head trying to get some recover until Paul simply recalls back Metrocross and sending back Infernape, and Infernape is quite angry because this whole time Infernape is unable to put his rights to something, and then it sees to Snorlax and personally grant and commanding for powerful close combat, and Ash couldn't react fast enough as Infernape seems to do major damage towards Snorlax, managed to knock out the large giant Pokemon done with one move. As Ash is forced to recall back to Snorlax and look upon Infernape and feeling the regenerate back to it. As Infernape against the one thing for Ash to send out the next Pokemon, then unexpectedly Possum returns back Infernape, as this is Foster wants to preserve Infernape as long as possible because he knows for that Infernape will be the key to his victory here. Once Ash is deep in thought until the referee has to force Ash to send other Pokemon. Once Ash is snapped out of his thought, he sends out another Pokemon, but this time a bit more fresher Pokemon in the battle, sending out Galarian to battle, and Paul wanting to keep his resolve, sending out Ninjas to battle because he knows that Ninjas hasn't took any significant damage from Ash's Heracross. As the battle begins, Gally once he's floating in the battlefield, even though Gally realistically shouldn't be touching the ground, but unexpectedly the poison spikes does affect Gally in a weird way, forcing Gally to took the poison and leaving Paul for a free sword stance as Gally is helplessly watching Ninjas powering up. But once Ninjas is finishing off boosting its power, Gally doesn't waste any time unleashing a powerful Ice Beam attack, but unfortunately like the last time, Gally's attacks couldn't hit Ninjas because Ninjas is such a speed Pokemon that it's becoming a blur for making very hard to land on some sort of vehicle against Ninjas, as Ninjas is simply taking a free hit from excesses and a powerful acrobatics each time that in fact Ninjas is doing so much over and over again as Gally is beginning to struggle a bit until Ash quickly thought of a crazy strategy as Ninja simply is powering up again with a second sword stance, As Ash commands for Glalie to use Ice Beam but not towards the ninja, aiming to the sky as Glalie simply just shot out beams randomly, but suddenly the beam is hitting something, some sort of small pebble that's picking up in the air, and all of a sudden a huge pillar of ice is crashing down at ninjas, forcing for ninjas to not taking its priority to do damage against Gally, but also by trying to dodge out the huge ice pillar, which gives Gally with a huge advantage as Ash commands for powerful headbutt as Gally smashes his thick skull head against Ninjas, and unfortunately Ninjas has a great speed, but unfortunately its weakness is being hit, meaning that Ninja is some sort of glass cannon and Paul knows it. So Paul wants to get me get Gally down as possible as Paul commands for exit but not towards Gally but to the ground as Ninja simply attacks on the ground and suddenly huge rocks is jumping off of the ground into the air force, and not only that, Paul commands for ninjas to send them towards Gally as Ninja simply pushes the large boulders into Gally, which is taking the most significant damage because it's super effective against an ice type, forcing Gally to take the front foot of it. And so Gally had enough of it as Ash can feel it's getting tired of this battle as Ash commands for Frost Breath as Gally simply isn't aiming towards Ninja but in the air, creating a small fog across the area as Ninja is forced has to look around until Gally is a bit further in his icy domain, landing a powerful ice beam that just simply gets ninjas out of the battle as Paul has a third Pokemon out as Paul returns it back to its Pokeball and Ash pretty proud of her Gally, but Paul isn't giving up as Paul sends out Electabuzz to battle. As Ash is beginning to feel himself hype as Ash commands for a powerful Ice Beam, but unfortunately Gally is executing the Ice Beam much slower, and Ash quickly realizes Gally has been annoying this poison this whole battle because its anger is more towards Ninja, and since Ninja is no longer a battlefield, Gally could no longer ignore poison and executes Ice Beam much more slower, allowing Paul to cover for a Light Scream, as Electabuzz simply dodged out the way and managed to pull off Light Scream without any damage towards it, but luckily Gally managed to get off a powerful Frost Breath, which does significant damage but not much as Electabuzz seems to take care of the damage, and Electabuzz simply curls up its punch and charges towards Gally with a powerful Thunder Punch as Gally counters with a powerful head, but unfortunately Gally is took him so much damage that Gally is spinning in the air as once Ash commands for Gally to use Ice Beam, as unfortunately Gally keeps missing over and over again, and Electabuzz seems to get closer and closer, and Ash realizes it's useless because Gally would never hit Electabuzz if the poison is going to keep affecting him aiming until Ash quickly realizes if he's not going to take down Electabuzz, he's going to set up for his next Pokemon, and Ash commands for an Ice Beam towards to the ground, and Gally switched down Ice Beam but unfortunately could not stop as Electabuzz is already in front of it using a powerful Brick Break, and this nearly one-shots Gally to the ground, leaving Gally to be unconscious as Electabuzz wants to celebrate a little but quickly realizes most of its leg is covered on ice in the battlefield, giving Ash from the bigger outfit. As Ash is looking at Electabuzz who is struggling to get free himself from the ice, as Ash happens anytime and send out his most healthiest Pokemon out of the battle, sending out Pikachu, and unfortunately Electabuzz is gonna struggle to free itself from the ice to free his leg, as Ash commands for Pikachu to take this opportunity with few powerful Iron Test and Quick Attack, and Electabuzz is helpless to avoid most of the damage. He tries to hit back Pikachu with a powerful Thunder Punch or Brick Break course, but the mouse Pokemon managed to use his speed to manage to dodge most of the attacks, and Pikachu is taking powerful critical hits against Electrobot, and this gets Electro to be quite angered, and it just fire off Thunderbolt randomly, and that's managed enough get him enough to free himself. But until Electro begins to fire himself up, Paul simply stops Electrobot and call him to return back, as Electro seems to be disappointed as Paul return back to Electrobus and sending out the Metagross to battle. And the battle begins, and it's immediately the two Pokemon are meant for a speed battle, and it shows that Metagross, even though is much more tankier, but its greatest advantage is power and speed, and Pikachu lacks the power but does have more speed than Metagross, allowing for Pikachu to have the momentum by himself, as Pikachu is freely to shut out powerful Thunderbolt, and Metagross is forced to take damage, but as soon as Pikachu finishes the Thunderbolts, Metagross simply left a powerful Metal Punch a few times as Pikachu retaliates with his own Iron Tail, but unfortunately Metagross seems to power through with a powerful Zen headbutt as Pikachu is forced to take it and sending on flying, and as quickly he does, as Paul commands for Metagross to use up for a powerful hammer arm in the air as Pikachu is spinning, and Ash calls for a counter shield as Pikachu manages to spin itself so much that it produces the strongest thunder shield that it could do, as Pikachu managed to catch Metagross in an electric vortex, which stuns Metagross for a moment as Pikachu is greeted with a powerful vortex as Pikachu is flying down and using the gravity to his momentum as Pikachu is spinning with a powerful blitz as Pikachu lands viciously down at Metagross. It managed to do major damage to Metagross, perhaps the first thunder of the battle, as Pikachu simply rocket itself from the floor back to Metagross, but this time with a powerful vortex as Pikachu took a slam itself Metagross for a second time until Metagross had enough and returned Pikachu with a powerful Zen attack of its own as the two moves collapsed as it sparked the area in beginning to crack for the ground as the two moves simply cancel each other out and the two begin to repeatedly spin fly in the air as Metagross is taking its advantage while Pikachu has to quickly avoid most of the damage as Metagross quickly tries to hit Pikachu with a few bullet punch, but unfortunately as Ash quickly realizes something that this could be crazy but just might be worth it. As Ash commands for Pikachu to spin directly towards Metagross as Metagross tries to use all of its power with a powerful armor arm slamming towards Pikachu, but unfortunately Pikachu managed to get out of the way as Metagross slams its arm against the wall, allowing Pikachu to launch the most strongest Thunderbolt that the crowd and Paul and Ash has ever seen, managed to the point where Metagross couldn't take it anymore and simply fell unconscious as Paul simply turns back to Metagross, and as he's feeling pretty pumped that Pikachu is managed to pull off a huge decisive win, but quickly realizes Pikachu is beginning to be very tired, and Ash hasn't realized that the whole battle Pikachu is taking poison from poison spikes as Pikachu is nearly at death's door and doesn't get Paul convincing enough to send out Electrobus as Pikachu tries to use its speed again, but unfortunately Electrobus simply gets Pikachu with a powerful thunder as Electrobus simply one-shot Pikachu in the process as Ash has two Pokemon left. Compared to Paul, especially the two that Paul has are fully fresh and haven't took much of the battle, and Ash has to watch out for Infernape. Ash could try to send out Torterra for an easy advantage, but it feels like if Ash and Torterra has some ground against Electrobus, Paul could just simply free switch Electrobus for a powerful counter with Infernape, leaving with no other choice. Ash has to send out Charizard here, as Charizard sent out in the battlefield and feeling much more better and wants some payback as he's facing up against Electrobus as Charizard simply runs ready for the heated battle. As Charizard and Electrify see each other cross the battlefield like an unspoken between them, the two immediately begin to grapple each other, trying to see who is physically the stronger of the two. But it's clear that Electrobus it does have the upper half strength, as Charizard does have weaker arms, but Charizard took his advantage with his large wings as the grapple quickly becomes a mid-air, as Charizard is immediately having the advantage as Paul commands for Electrobus to use a powerful thunder, as Charizard has no choice but to endure the thunder, but quickly launches with his own powerful flamethrower at close quarter, forcing Electrobus to try to break itself free instead of trying to damage it, and including Charizard getting the two free each other as the two simply stare as Charizard quickly rushes in with a powerful air slash as Electabuzz took the damage but quickly lands a powerful thunder punch as Charizard simply barely dodged out the way, and then Charizard simply flies back in with a powerful Dragon Claw as Electrobus simply stops it with a powerful Light Scream, and even though Dragon Claw doesn't do any some sort of effect to stop Charizard from hitting Electrobus. But by once Charizard tries to fly back in with a powerful flamethrower, it isn't as effective, allowing Electrobus to freely launch a powerful thunder, but Charizard of course is caught by this. At this point, the two Pokemon is beginning to have a huge brawl fest, as it's clearly that there is no strategy between the two, as it's simply a pure power, and it's greatly shown. Even though Charizard is poisoned, Charizard had a great opportunity to heal itself from the previous battle, compared to Electabuzz, who did took damage from Pikachu and couldn't defend itself, meaning these two is completely equal, and it's all up to that trainer trying to find a way to a weak point, as Charizard just simply goes in with a powerful flamethrower, and Electrobus seems to counter with a powerful thunder as the two moves collide, as the two begins a grapple once again, but quickly let itself go because the two immediately tries for a Dragon Claw and a powerful Thunderbolt as the two simply exchange powerful blows until it begins another powerful Thunder Punch and another Dragon Claw, and Charizard simply backed itself away with a powerful Air Slash, giving Charizard enough breathing room for a powerful Flamethrower, and Electrobus seems to use its attacks from the back of his tail to strike in the ground and use a powerful thunder, which does cause the flamethrower to stop, and not only that it gives Electrobus a plus as the rock is simply up in the air and forcefully has to fall back in as the rock simply flies over hits or even hit Charizard on top of his head, leaving disorientated as giving Electabuzz a powerful thunder as Charizard once again is beginning to feel the effects from the previous battle and feeling that he could be knocked out, leaving Charizard and Ash to look at each other and simply not knowing what exactly they need to do to end this as Electabuzz is beginning to charge out with electricity throughout his body as he begins to shoot thunderbolts at the thunder afterwards, forcing Charizard to briefly move throughout the battlefield and merely grab Electrobus, and Bob doesn't know what's going on as he tries to command Electrobus to free himself with a powerful thunder until Charizard lets go, but unfortunately the lizard refuses as Charizard is beginning to spin around Electrobus in a circle, and until Bob quickly realizes this Charizard is about to throw Electrobus pretty hard, and Paul commands Electrobus to free himself with a thunder, but unfortunately Charizard is beginning the momentum to the point where Electrobus couldn't no longer produce any thunderbolt because it's spinning its head until Charizard knows that there is enough momentum as Charizard simply crashes down Electrobus, sending across the battlefield as Electrobus is unfortunately knocked out, leaving for one more Pokemon left, and Charizard simply breathes fire in the air in victorious. But even though it struggles to stand up or even climb the ladder because the thunderbolt that it's been taking was too much for a flying type like Charizard, and not to mention the poison is beginning to feed itself to Charizard, and once boss sends out Infernape is simply silent, and once he glares at Charizard, Infernape begins to growl like a primal ape ready to strike its next enemy. And once the battle begins, the two exchange powerful flamethrower, and this continues on, but unfortunately Charizard is slowing down the flamethrower, giving Infernape his flamethrower to push through and hit directly towards Charizard, as Ash commands for Charizard just to be in the air, some sort of breathing room, but unfortunately Inferno doesn't give up as the monkey just charges in. Even if his opponent is in the air, he just simply jumps over and jumps until he gets higher, to the point where Inferno accidentally ignites itself into a powerful blast, and once Charizard tries to grab tackle, but unfortunately Inferno is beginning to be too fast, and this is beginning to the point where Infernape is beginning to activate its blaze ability, and Ash could know that. And Ash has one more crazy idea. Even though Charizard is pretty much weak at this point and doesn't have any power left to hit Infernape, but Ash doesn't need power, as if rapidly can just do all the work. And once Paul commands for powerful blast, and Infernape tackles Charizard once again, but unfortunately Charizard doesn't fall off like last time, but simply grapples and attempting to fly up again and trying to use a powerful seismic toss, but unfortunately Infernape is stronger, doesn't allow that, and Charizard doesn't have a strong grip like Electropus, allowing Infernape to free himself and begin to use a powerful close combat close quarter, to the point where Infernape uses Charizard to let to do most of the damage once they fall downwards, as Infernape is over Charizard, as Infernape commands for everyone to acknowledge that he is the strongest fire type Pokemon in this league, as Ash simply returns back Charizard back to his Pokemon. Ash is pretty proud what Charizard did for him and the team, and he won't let his sacrifice in vain. And Ash simply looks at Infernape across the battlefield, and Infernape just simply says, "Bring the next victim," as Ash unmotionedly just sends out Torterra, as the two begin for the next death battle. And once the referee continues the battle, the two simply says, as Ash calls for an energy ball, and Paul simply calls for a powerful flamethrower. As the two moves collide one another, but unfortunately Infernape managed to overpower the energy ball, and the flamethrower managed to reach at Torterra, but unfortunately for Infernape, Torterra is specifically trained to resist most fire type moves, but unfortunately since the battle has been heating up, and especially since Infernape is in blaze mode, to the point where Torterra could no longer ignore the fire and actively move out of the way and land a powerful earthquake, as Infernape has no other way to avoid the move up to move, but unfortunately it does make the earthquake to make Infernape into a strongest stage of blaze, as Infernape is molten hot, as Infernape is simply quite angry that he just simply runs in off for like a savage animal, wanting just to attack the Pokemon, as Ash quickly commands for a powerful Stone Edge, as Torterra managed not to attempt to damage Infernape, but to entrap him, forcing Infernape to stop it and gets his focus on trying to free itself, but unfortunately as Infernape is too distracted to get out of the Stone Edge, as he didn't notice that Torterra is sneaking up behind Infernape and allowing him to hit a powerful Giga Drain, which the move grapple on Infernape and is forced to take the move, as Torterra is beginning to get his health back, and Paul quickly realizes that if Infernape isn't out of this situation, it could be devastated, and until something snaps, as Infernape is beginning to feel all the memories that every Pokemon that he ever met has. He was defeated and never wanted to feel weak ever again, and he looks towards Torterra until he realizes that he's looking at the Zangoose, but just much more bigger, and this gets Infernape to be quite angry, to the point where Infernape just brute force himself free of the Giga Drain and uses the blaze to free himself, to the point where Torterra and Ash is taken back by it, and Paul witnessing this tremendous spell that Paul has never seen the stage of Blaze before, as Paul realized that Infernape is such a critical state that Infernape seems to be unstoppable. As Paul comments when Infernape to destroy Torterra with a flameless as Infernape somehow in his frenzy rage simply nods at his trainer and simply essentially attack Torterra in all sides, combining with Blaze and close combat to simply hit Torterra where it mostly hurts, where Torterra has forcibly had to take upon the most devastating move, as once Infernape begins to stop, the only wants to stop if Torterra begins to stop moving, and Infernape quickly noticed that as Torterra seems to be knocked out, as Infernape just simply walks away, and the referee was going to give the winner to Paul until Torterra yells out its name as Torterra begins to struggle to stand up, and Ash commands Torterra to stop. He doesn't want to see him, but until Torterra looks at Ash, knowing that this is exactly what he wants. And while motion free, Torterra begins to roar, and its ability to overgrow begins to kick in, and Ash begins to take his head around the other side of his head. Well, you're not the only Pokemon that is empowered with their own ability, as Ash commands for a powerful energy ball, and Infernape is quite angry because he has beaten Torterra countless times. Even though he had him beat just for the one time, he will never have that happen again. As Torterra shoots out multiple energy balls, forcing Infernape to deal with them by actively using flameblades to smack them away, as Torterra is beginning to feel the poison, but his overgrowth is allowing Torterra to stay in the bed a bit longer, and thanks to the Genki Drain that he did before allowing him to stay a bit longer, as Torterra then begins to unleash the strongest earthquake that he could ever done, as Torterra simply slammed all his four-legged to the ground as he caused a massive earthquake into the arena to the point it shook the arena just a bit, and by this doesn't stop Infernape with a powerful flare blades as the two Pokemon collide, as two Pokemon fell unconscious, but unfortunately as the two struggle to stand up. But even though Torterra has been fighting hard, and especially fighting through a poison, until Infernape couldn't realize he couldn't do it anymore. Infernape has been using Flare Blade so much, even though it's the strongest fire type, but it's also eating him at his stamina, leading Infernape to be knocked out. As Paul suddenly looks at Infernape and looks upon Torterra as it still gets up, as the referee calls out that Ash is the winner, leaving everyone to be stunned. Once Ash quickly rushes to Torterra as he cheers for Torterra to finally beat Infernape once and for all, and Paul is just quietly returning back Infernape and kinda staring at it, going through his mind what just happened. He had every calculation perfectly for Infernape to win that battle, but apparently Infernape's his battle start seems to counter itself at the end, if only if Paul gets Infernape to preserve his health mode and decides on spamming Blazer, thinking that it will be enough to take Torterra, but apparently the Pokemon has more endurance than expected, as Paul just simply walks out the arena, and even the point where he's about to leave the league, as Ash quickly stops Paul. And why is he leaving already? Is he not going to watch the other battles? And Paul just simply said it's a waste of time because he's already planning out for his next destination. And Ash is asking, would that be Brandon? And Paul simply nodded because he needs to know if Paul has improved or not, as he is much more clever that he doesn't want to be Brandon. He just wants to do better than the last performance that he did. And Paul and Ash quickly silently nodded, knowing that as Ash simply asked Paul that even though it's kinda messed up how Paul treated, but ultimately Infernape wanted the way how Paul during out this training. Even Ash has to admit it wasn't mostly Paul that Infernape how he ended up becoming, it also that it was it because Infernape kind of wanted the power, and past this, and but Ash is quickly asking then what he's going to do in Infernape if he's no longer able to be the strongest, and Paul isn't sure about it, but he's going to find it out together as Paul simply walks off as Ash is quietly watching Paul leaving, and that's where we're gonna end the episode, the whole what if here. And I know you guys are asking to continue on this what if, but realistically, in the other original series, Ash did when he did had Infernape, he barely used him throughout the other region to the point where it's not important until Johnny, and that's way later. So I'm just going to wrap up in Ash's part of the what if Infernape, but not completely a bad complete, but it's only for Ash, not for Infernape in particularly. Until we meet again, make sure you leave a like, subscribe, and leave a notification until the next upload. Until keep it peace.